Hey, and welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. It is great to be back with you guys once again. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. I hope you're all having a great night. So, it looks like we're going to be doing another open discussion, true crime, catch up what's going on in the true crime world. I would keep doing these because I've missed some time here and there. Maybe an open panel. We'll see what happens with who shows up. Thank you guys for joining me. That being said, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, and welcome back once again. Great to see you all. And thank you for joining me again. Hope you're all having a great day. Hope you all had a great day. And I hope you're having a good night tonight. Come on in, get comfortable, grab a seat, and let's do this thing, guys, if you will. See, we got 33 peeps in here, 20 likes. Welcome, everybody. Let's see who we got so far. Welcome, Phil. Good to see you again. Miss Stormy's back in the house. Lisa Joe, yo to you. Tomboy's in the house. Welcome back to you, Tomboy. Walt Harris, what's happening, brother? Miss Peggy, welcome back. Bri Guy, what's going on, Brian? Good to see you. Lisa Wilson, hello and welcome back. Miss Rowena, hello. And there's Miss Cassie. Hello, Miss Sassy. Good to see you tonight. Wisdom Speaks. Welcome back to you, Miss Sherry. Brutally Honest. Welcome back to you. Good to see you today. Again, Phil, good to see you. Welcome, Albariqua. Welcome back to you, Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, dear. Excuse me. Miss Stormy, Noel, welcome to you. Good to see you. Amy Conway, buenos dias to you. Hello, Kimber. Good to have you back. Buenas noches. Thank you, Phil. Nope, same recipe. Come on in, guys. Go grab a seat if you can, and make sure you please hit that like button on your way through the door and share this out if you will. We got 40 peeps in the house, 27 likes. You guys are rock and roll. Thank you so much for joining us. Miss Josie West, welcome, dear. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling good. Oh, there's a doodle in the house. Doodlebug. Wherefore art thou, Doodlebug? Good to see you. Great nachos to you too, Phil. Pappy Man, what's happening, Pappy Man? Good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Let's see. Come on in. Yes, nachos are good. Good. Especially if you make them right. heart to get another star. What are you doing, tomboy? Come on, come on, come on. Come on in, have a seat. Grab your drinks, your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. I'm lonely and bored, y'all. Come in and have a conversation with me. The bear's going to bed. Time for her to hibernate, guys. Headache, long day. It's been a long day. We've been going at this on and off all day. Great to see you all. Dr. Enoch. Not sure who that might be, Walt. It does sound familiar, but I'm not positive. Miss Delta's in the house. Hello and welcome. Oh, wow. Thank you, Amy. I will check that out. That's where Miss Molly's at. Let's see here. Hold on a minute. There she is. Right. Miss Tandy, welcome back to you. Good to see you tonight. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you didn't work too hard today, and I hope you're feeling okay. Come on, come on. Let me see. No, I don't think I did, Stormy. Welcome, Brutally. Good to see you. Hold on, everybody. Let's see what we got here. Hope you guys are all having a good night tonight. Fishy, fishy. Hello, Kathy. Hi, Mom. Of course, you have a link, Mom, if you want it. You're welcome to join me. Are you seeing what right there, Pappy? Where'd you see that at, Miss Stormy? Simply Solo, hello. Welcome back. This is weird. That's mushroom coffee. Let me see here. Where did it go? Who's been using it? I don't know. Don't care. Somebody's been using it. Oh, no worries, Doodle. I wasn't going to bother you. You've been busy all day. No worries at all. Got a little bit of some stuff we're going to look into. No worries. I'm okay by myself. I don't need anybody. I appreciate it, though, Doodle. Okay, it's 43 peeps. Please make sure to hit the like button and share this if you will, if you would, if you could, because you should, please. It is cold outside. I agree with you on that one. Like all your... What are you talking about there, Brian? What are you talking about, Brian? We have a human being in a cage. Well, we got some stuff we're going to go over about what's going on in Idaho, of course. And docs maybe. I don't know. It's cold here. We're under a winter warning. Weather warning. Winter weather advisory. Sorry. All right. All right, Miss Peggy. We'll catch you up if need be. Just let us know. Hey, SRBBBBB. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining us. You do not have audio on. Well, Brian, that's not going to help a whole lot if you can't hear what we're talking about, buddy. Don't be an asshole or you'll deal with Miss Asshole. Oh, yeah. That's a good way to put it. Don't be an asshole or you'll deal with Miss Asshole. That would be Miss Sassy. Oh, great. We get to shower with SRB again. That's awesome. Yay. Yay, yay. We've been showering with each other in here lately. It's been interesting. Come to find out. Right? Don't worry. You guys have never showered with me, so no worries. What does the dirt say? Thank you for telling me that, Walt. Or telling all of that, I should say. Thank you. We appreciate you guys. I said we're all been showering with each other, Mom. By the way, did you hear me? You have a link if you want it, ma'am. SRB just said she had to shower, but she's taking us with her. And I'm like, okay, so we're all showering again. We got a couple things we're going to review. SRB, Mom. We are going to be covering some Idaho stuff, update stuff like that. See what everybody thinks. Like I said, if you guys want me to, I can. Since we're having an open discussion, I can open up the panel as well. Yes, yes, sir. Well, she's very clean. She likes to stay clean. There's nothing wrong with that, Stormy. I get it. So. And if you guys, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you guys, bless you. If you guys want me to do an open panel, throw one in the chat. If you don't want me to, make it a 2. Good to see all the evening peeps in here. I miss coming in here in the evenings. I've been slammed all the time, so I don't get to do it. But I'm trying to change that, I promise you. We liked everything in that box, Stormy. My candle's gone. All the beef jerky's gone. Everything in there's gone. My family loved it, so thank you again, Stormy, so very much. Very much. Amy or Michelle Weddle, hello. Wonderful to see you. Bless you. Are you okay? Lord, sneeze away. Everything. Even my granddaughter even loved her coloring book and said thank you. She said, tell Stormy I said thank you. And I said, I will. Shaker Maker, hello and welcome back. Good to see you. 1 or 2. Oh, okay. If you guys want me to do an open panel and we all discuss everything openly on the panel, or put a 1 in the chat. If not, make it a 2. Miss Josie says a 1. What do you think, bro? No, I asked Chucky and he flipped me off, so that doesn't work. One more time. If you guys want me to do... Don't worry about it, Mom. It's fine. If you guys want me to do an open panel, put a 1 in the chat. If you want me to not do an open panel, put a 2 in the chat. Sorry. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on in. 48 peeps in the house. Please make sure to hit that like button if you will and share it out. You always do that, SRB. That doesn't work. I do the same thing when I'm in other people's streams too. Either way, whatever you want. All right, so everybody's putting 1s in. I gotcha. Okay. Sounds good. I'll do this first, and then I'll go ahead and open that up, and we'll start the bidding. I'm a fence rider too. Don't worry about it. Spend 4 hours explaining a case to me like I'm 4. Is it in the background, Walt? I thought I turned it off. Sure didn't. Thank you for telling me. Sorry about that. Thank you, Walt. Not by design, by Oh, no big deal. Whatever you would need, Lisa. I would do whatever you would need, my dear. No worries whatsoever. I don't mind explaining things. I would. Oh, it'd be wonderful to have you up here. Either way. Be nice tonight, Brian. Behave, I should say. I'm drinking and stating my opinion. Your opinion is very well received and very wanted, but behave with it is all I'm saying. Please. You know. Let's just start with this first here. A couple things, and I'll open that up. Oh, yeah. We can explain it to you, Lisa. There's too many. So, hey, Mel, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you very much. I hope you're having a great night. There were 4 people that were killed. All college students, Lisa. Yeah, if you came up, it would be explained to you within minutes, honestly. I'm surprised you don't know about it. That's wild. Let me play this first. I've got a couple of these I wanted to play, and then we'll open everything up and we'll start talking about that there. All right, hold on. Please let me know how the audio is.
Next week, a court ruling expected as soon as next week may upend the case against accused University of Idaho student killer RYANKOHBERGER. His defense team wants the judge to toss out DNA linking Kohberger to the scene of the 2022 quadruple murder. They claim he has a constitutional right to keep his genetic genealogy private from police. A small amount of DNA was found on a military-style knife sheath that the killer left behind with the bodies of the students at their off-campus house. If the DNA is thrown out, everything police derived from it would also be inadmissible, like the cell phone pings that placed Kohberger near the victim's address hours after the stabbings. That geolocation is one of the big unknowns in the case. If he did commit the crime, why come back? With the judge's gag order, professional opinions about that have been hard to come by until now.
Like, let's just say one of the reasons why his cell phone was pinging back at the murder site is because it dawned on him that he left the knife sheath after all the chaos, right? And then he's frantically debating with himself, should I go back in and get it? Because that may have been what was going on in his mind if he did not mean to leave the knife sheath. I can imagine him frantically going back and forth in his mind, should I go back in and get this thing because I'm going to be, excuse my French.
Since Since day one, questions continue mounting in this case. Like, what was the motive and what was this plan? Ahead of the murder trial this summer, Fox 13 returned to the scene of the crime with a group of detectives, lawyers, and mental health experts to re-examine the slayings and the suspect. Find out how much the story has changed in part one of our new documentary, RYANKOHBERGER, Inside the Idaho Murders.
All right, so we're going to review that. That's why I was showing you the opening thing to it. We're going to review that. That's new. Fox did a whole thing on it, so I figured we could run that, and then we could discuss that at the same time and talk about that as well. If anybody wants to do that. So now, that being said, what I will do, and again, guys, remember, please show me your face, not your waist, when you come backstage, just for a second before I bring you up, if you're not a regular that comes up here, so I don't get surprised by anything, okay? That's all. I'm going to go ahead and paste this and pin it in the chat. And like I said, you only got to show it for just a minute so I can see that it's you for sure. And then you're good after that. You don't have to leave your face up here on this thing. I understand some people aren't cool with that. So and again, everybody's opinions are welcome and everybody's opinions are important. I don't want anybody saying one thing and upsetting somebody else and going back and forth and this and that. We were better than that. You guys know that. Everybody has the right to their feelings, their opinions, and the way they feel about it. So that's what this is all about when we talk about these different things. So the link is pinned. Anybody that would like to jump up here, come on down. I'm going to pull up that other thing. We're going to review that. I've had a lot of requests. I just went through my emails earlier. Everybody wants to talk about anything going on in Idaho, so we're doing that. This is not, by the way, part 2 of that other thing we did the other last week, or 2 weeks ago, I think it was now. We'll be doing that here again soon. And like I said, I know there's people that think Brian's innocent. I know there's people that think that Brian's guilty. There's fence riders, as SRB calls us. So everybody's opinions are important. Everybody has the right to voice them. People that think he's guilty are not going to be attacked by the people that think he's innocent. The people that think he's innocent will not be attacked by the people that think he's guilty. I know all of you guys know that already, but I like to voice these things just to ensure that everybody knows. That's all. If we're talking about him, because it does kind of go that way. So, Shaker Maker, what's going on? The DoorDasher has been cleared, Shaker, from my understanding, a long time ago. From my understanding, the DoorDasher contacted police shortly after this happened and was interviewed, and they cleared that person. Now, I guess that doesn't really mean, I don't know. Everybody has their feelings, which is okay. And there again, if nobody wants to come up here, that's okay too. But I am going to pull this here up so that we can review this because it does seem interesting. One moment, please. And this is what a lot of peeps want to talk about. So here we are. I'm sorry I haven't been doing that many evening shows. I've been doing a whole lot of other stuff. So here I am. 1 minute. Oh, wait a minute. What's going on with that? Hey, Maki boy. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. Maki. I like how mom says it. Maki. Doodle doodle. Absolutely, Miss Josie. I agree with that one too. I agree with that absolutely, because we all know if they publicly identified the DoorDasher, that person would probably have been harassed nonstop. So All right, hang on a minute here. Boats and hoes. You guys are 53 peeps in the house. Come on in, guys. Go grab a seat if you will. Enjoy your beanbag, tomboy. Welcome, Simply Solo. Either way, people think about the case. Fox 13 is putting out false info that has been proven wrong. Oh, really? See? That's probably what we're looking at right now. So we know what's false and what's not, so we can call it for what it is. And I see that's a problem, though. We've run into that problem. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for hitting that like button. When you have mainstream media that's going doing their shows on this stuff like this that we're probably watching here, that's probably going to have some false information, putting out misinformation. That's a problem. When we already know that it's false, that's not cool. You know what I mean? So, and it happens a lot. It has in this case a whole lot, believe it or not. A lot of you guys know that. So, all right, let's see here what we got. Yeah, since nobody's jumping up here, I will run this now. We can maybe talk about it after the fact.
Welcome to this podcast episode of Brian Kohberger, Inside the Idaho Murders. I'm AJ Janavel. We are taking the time to look into this case. It's a case that probably everyone has heard of. It's been in the public eye for years. But what we're doing differently is we are talking to experts across the board. We're journalists. We've been covering this for months and years at this point, but we're talking to lawyers. We're talking to detectives. We're also speaking with mental health experts.
And that is true. Simply's right. That has Yins. Hey Yins, that's what you always say. I love it. That Brian was not stalking. So that has been, and the prosecution stated that. So that's true. Very true. What? Yeah. Well, it probably we'll see what happens. We'll see if we can keep track of them, SRB. See how many of you hear, and see if that's the case. This is a problem. This shouldn't be putting out. It should not be being put out. Chris Delaney, what's happening? Oh, yeah. Touch DNA is not blood. That's true. Wow, did they really put stuff out like that? So they're not paying attention then if they're doing that. That's bad. So basically, we can review this just to tear it apart. That should be interesting.
Experts about the specifics of this case. And what we're learning is that a lot of the information that has been out there might seem different. It might actually be shocking and surprising when you hear how these experts are looking at it. Today, joined with Shira Matsuzawa. Shira, you have been covering this case. You were in Idaho when it happened. We've been seeing this information for months, for years, all of the details. For the first time really in a long time, we're getting some new updates in this case.
Yeah, you mentioned we've been covering this for years, and we've seen hearing after hearing, but this is probably one of the most consequential hearings because it dealt with the defense trying to get key DNA evidence kind of thrown out of this case, right? They're asking the judge for this. And if that happens, if they're successful, I mean, that could just change the course of this entire case.
Because the DNA is what kind of links everything together. It's like a house of cards almost.
Exactly. It's the whole reason why they have Brian Kohberger as a suspect. It's the whole reason that they were able to arrest him and charge him. And that's why we have an upcoming trial, right?
Right.
But the defense, they're saying that the whole reason they're trying to toss this out is because that this evidence.
What's wrong, Stormy? Something happened? Did I miss something? Oh, I'm reading up top. Okay. Okay. I got you. Welcome, Matahari. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Protocol. Sorry about that, guys.
That was gathered, they're saying that it was illegally obtained.
Right.
Right? That police didn't really go through the proper measures. Maybe even some of them lied in order to get a search warrant. And then they're saying, that this violates Brian Kohberger's constitutional rights,
Right.
which prosecution obviously is saying that's not true. I mean, if you find DNA on a knife sheath at a crime scene where 4 students were stabbed to death, then that expectation of privacy goes out the window.
Now tell me about this, because we had this January 23rd date. I think I saw that in so many reports. Some of the experts I was speaking to was like, January 23rd is going to be the day. You're focusing on the DNA. We're talking about the DNA. You're telling me about all these specific things, that knife sheath. Can you tell me like what all is connected to what the defense was bringing up in this case? So that 23rd day, that January 23rd, the day we'd all been hearing about, the defense goes in. What are they basically trying to pitch to the judge?
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that basically the process in which they found that DNA, the investigative genetic genealogy process, that it was done illegally through this. And so that's why they're really just trying to take that out, right?
And the IgG that you're talking about, that's basically like your DNA is in a database.
Correct.
Maybe one of your family members did one of those ancestry things, and now your DNA exists, or another family member committed a crime. So you're saying like this specific DNA is what they were focusing on.
That in addition to Kohberger's entire digital footprint, if you will, right? Because they checked his Amazon records, his cell phone records. They're also bringing up the fact that they went through his trash in Pennsylvania, right? And there was one point actually in that hearing where the judge said, well, hey, if you're throwing things away into the trash, then your expectation of privacy is automatically out the window.
Right.
Like, well, you can't try and use this as a defense, right?
Which is interesting though, because I heard some experts.
Welcome, Siggy and Mike. Good to see you tonight. Thank you guys for joining me. Appreciate you very much.
Talking about that too, and they say if you throw your trash away, it's kind of public game. In my head, I was thinking about like, think about like the public documents or the private documents rather that you would toss out. And so I did hear that where one of the experts is saying, what you throw away is not.
Welcome, Spinster. Thank you for joining us. Now, here's the thing, guys, and I have to say this, okay? And this doesn't put me on either side of the fence with this, but if you throw something in the garbage and somebody goes and grabs it, most of the time, nobody gives a shit. But because of this situation, they're going to say this, okay? And I'm not sticking up for the prosecution or whatever by saying this, but it's true, okay? Like any other time, nobody cares. I've had people stop. I've thrown things away and pick up garbage. And I'm like, they'll even, hey, do you mind? I'm like, no, take it. No big deal. But because of this situation, that's why this has become an issue, is all it is. Just saying.
You know, that's not private. And so you're saying that this was something that they brought up, like what you put in the trash is trash. Like you can't expect that that's your privacy. But that's how you're saying they got his DNA and confirmed it with all the other information.
In addition to a bunch of other avenues.
That's true. Once you throw that away, and I've been told that. I asked a police officer, friend of mine, that, and he said that truly, he goes, different states have different laws for different things. But if you throw something in a garbage can and you set that to the curb, it no longer is yours. It becomes property of the trash department. It's in their receptacle. It's free game. And he goes, different states look at it different ways. He goes, but here, in Ohio, where I'm at in Ohio, that's kind of how that works. He goes, because he gave me a couple examples of people going through the trash, looking for people. And they tried to sue that person. And because they found him under, what did he say? It was like basically like he tricked them is how they found him, to serve papers to him or something like that. It was, and they tried to sue him because of wrongful something. He explained it was weird. Anyway, the judge basically threw it out and said, "You threw that away. How do you know they weren't looking for something to, you know what I mean?" So they threw it out and the guy couldn't sue them. So, I mean, I get it. Right. 100%. It works. It happens all the time, you guys. And this, a lot of times, undercover detectives or just detectives in general, that's how they get DNA samples sometimes. We've seen that happen a lot. Somebody smokes a cigarette, and they drop it. The guy walks away. They pick it up, they take it, boom. Or a pop bottle or something like that. I mean, things like that happen all the time. So this situation, this scenario is why this is such a big deal. And it normally wouldn't be. So that's true too. Matahari says the expectation of privacy also goes out the window when you willingly hand over access about yourself. Be very careful what you choose to give access to is a good point. Very good point.
Right. And I think a lot of people they probably hear this and they're saying, why is the defense doing this? Right. What is the point of this and putting these families through this, going through all of this? And it's simply for the fact that the defense has nothing to lose, right?
Right.
They can,
right.
You know, they could either do this now, maybe they fail, but at least it opens up the doors for later down the road for an appeal.
Right.
So,
I was actually, because you're bringing that up, I was talking to a legal expert in the area with True.
Welcome, Yvonne. Thank you for joining us. The dad's DNA was no better than an IgG lead. That sample wax, not a direct. That sample wax, not a direct match to the sheath DNA. Not enough probable cause for an arrest, if only based on DNA, only for a warrant for BK's DNA. Thank you, Yvonne. Welcome, by the way.
Really decades of experience, Ann Bremner.
And Phil says, but when the FBI coordinates with the trash collector to collect only your trash on a separate schedule and in a unique vehicle, then directs time and place to deliver the findings, agency is created. Good point, Phil. Thank you for that.
And I sat down and I talked to her exactly about what you're saying. And it's basically the question is like, hey, is this really going to work? You know, you're bringing, you're trying to throw out the whole case as a defense attorney. We have been covering this case really for years. You've had detectives on this. You've had federal investigators on this. You are trying to throw this whole case out. And so I asked Ann that question that you bring up, and she said, yeah, of course the defense is going to try to get their case thrown out. They're going to do everything they can, like in sports terms. It's like the Hail Mary or like the half-court shot, the buzzer beater. Because why not? Why not try to do that?
Right. And if it is successful, well, that just tumbles the whole case for the prosecution, right? I mean, everything is linked to this key DNA evidence, right? It's the whole reason why they were able to arrest Kohberger. It's the whole reason they found Kohberger. It's the whole reason why he was charged and why we're here, you know, with a scheduled trial coming up this summer. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. The Judge Stephen Hibbler, said that he will make a decision, a ruling on this later on at some time. Again, this happened last week, right? Thursday, Friday.
So we don't even know what the official result has been yet.
Right.
It's still up in the air.
It's still up in the air. So it could happen any minute from now. So we shall see. The first portion of that hearing, though, you know, the first day, rather, Thursday, the first 5 hours were closed to the public. So
what does that mean? So when you say
no one knew what happened, right? If you were tuning in via Zoom or YouTube, all you would see was a blank slate that said that this portion was closed to the public.
Even though at that point they were saying like this is going to be available, because I think I was downstairs, I was getting ready to go out to my story, and I asked you, like, hey, what are you doing today? And you're like, I'm on this hearing, and I looked, and your computer screen was like, we're not open yet, essentially. Yeah. So
it was essentially like watching paint dry, because we were just sitting there waiting for it to start, and nobody knew when it would start, right? The judge did give us a heads up and say, hey, you know, parts of this will be open to the public, parts of it may not be.
Right. Was there any explanation on like how they determined that? Because like January 23rd, that's our day, so we tune in.
I think that the DNA being, because it's touch DNA and it's a very, very minuscule amount, a lot of people feel shouldn't be enough for the arrest. But the basis of the issue that most people have is the fact that how that was done constitutionally is where a lot of the issues lie with people. Not about what it was or whose it was. It's about how they got to that point. And I think that's what a lot of people have issues with, from what I've seen. Okay.
And it's just this blank slate of like,
there was some explanation. I mean, it was essentially like the things that were being covered might, you know, could potentially sway potential jurors later down the road, or something to that extent. So you know, they're trying to be mindful of this, right? Because at the end of the day, there's still a trial coming, right? This isn't just a hearing. It's in connection to what's coming down the road. But the judge did say, or the court said, that they will unseal the transcript for part of that for what was closed to the
Sure.
public
I think
by
you bring
February
up such
11th.
an interesting point is this case, like kind of like maintaining
I
how
get
you
what
can
you're
even take
saying,
this
Phil. I
into court, because
understand.
who doesn't know about this case? And you're talking about the possibility of like, will jurors kind of be able to remove their own feelings
Yeah.
and their own emotions from what they've heard or what they feel or what they see, and have seen, and what the news has been saying. You have this person, you have a picture of this suspect, the person charged, Kohberger, and you've seen him in these orange jumpsuits, you've seen him walking across. And so that's such an interesting point that you bring up, is like, hey, we got to maintain the sanctity of this trial. When I was talking to Ann, I kind of asked her, Ann Bremner, this legal expert, is it possible to have a fair trial when there's been so much emotion, so many storylines, so much information already out in the public? And what she said at the time was, yeah, that's how it works. We know that we all have our own internal biases, but when you go into that hearing, when you go into that as a jury, you kind of have to remove those and you have to look at it as a blank slate. And so that's so interesting, because there is so much already out there that you're saying the judge is still trying to maintain that.
Right. And, I think in prior trials, it's not that you had never heard of a certain trial or Brian Kohberger in order to be a juror. It's just that you are able to go in there and still, listen to the facts and not be biased when you come in there, right?
Right,
An
right.
unbiased jury. I will say, the Ada County Courthouse has dealt with this kind of scenario in the past, right?
Right.
Last year, they had the Chad Daybell trial. The year before that, they had the Lori Vallow trial. So 2 high-profile trials that have received national, international attention. So they've been through this before. And so this is kind of just another one that they're going to deal with later this summer. But I will say, I sat down with Judge Stephen Hippler, I don't know, last year and the
Right.
year before. And
Was this when you were in Idaho?
when I was in Idaho.
So you have
and,
like your own kind of personal connection to this area.
Right. I'm from Boise. I worked in Boise as a journalist. And so it's interesting, though, because he told me back then when he was covering, or because he is the trial court administrator judge, right? So the only difference is now he's the presiding judge in this case. And so, but previously he told me for Lori Vallow, they summoned 1,800 potential jurors for that case. For Chad Daybell, it was 2,500 potential jurors. And at that time, he was telling me that's a record number of potential jurors summoned ever to his knowledge. And
Right.
so I talked with the Ada County Courthouse recently, actually, and a judge there. And I was asking, well, what about Ryan Kohberger's trial, right? Are you going to summon 2,500 potential jurors again?
That's a good point, Walt. I can see it that way. And it's let me read that. It would have been far easier to plan, and this is true. Think about this, folks. Let's say that this was a frame job. They planted the DNA, they planted the sheaths, so on and so forth. Let's think about this. That was a party house. Okay. Lots and lots of people were in and out of that house on a daily basis. Lots of them. Okay. They had 100 people there the day before the murders happened because it was a party. So Walt says it would have been far easier to plant this on some stupid frat boy. Why, oh, why would anyone, let alone law enforcement, go out of their way to frame some unknown goon? It kind of comes down to common sense. And that is a good way to look at it, Walt. And it does. Motive wise, that's what I've struggled with too. When I've heard that theory, why would you do this? Why? What's the reasoning behind it? What makes it make sense? All of that stuff. That's what I mean. So interesting, very interesting. Good point, Walt. It's a very good point, sir. All right, I'm gonna move on.
2,500. That is so
A
wild.
lot. And they told me, you know what? That will be Judge Hippler's decision of how many people will be summoned. So it'll be interesting to see. But I mean, he has this experience with past trials. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2,500 potential jurors summoned again, or if not more.
That's so fascinating to me too. And I didn't know that, specifically sitting down here with you. I didn't know that. Do you have any kind of rapport with these people? Have you interacted with these people that are going to be a part of this hearing in any way, shape, or form with the work that you did over there?
I have, interviewed people at the Ada County Courthouse,
Of course,
on different occasions, including the judge in this case, Judge Hippler. So it'll be interesting to see if he kind of follows the rule book of what happened in the previous trials, or maybe he tosses that out and he creates his own rule book, you know, because one judge I spoke with in the past, you know, he said there's no one probably more qualified to handle a trial of this magnitude than Judge Stephen Hippler. So we'll see what happens.
Now I want to ask you, because again, like getting back to like this information, everything that's coming out, as you're sitting there and you're watching these 2 days of hearing, you know, you're basically on pause for 5 hours. Could you see anything from the people in the courtroom, whether it's the judge, whether it's the defense, you know, like as this information is being presented to them, like what was your take on it?
It's funny you bring this up, because I remember a lot of people walking by my computer and they were saying, the judge looks bored. Like the judge looks like he doesn't want to be there. And I will say it looked like he was very skeptical of the defense at many points. I mean, he would often interject and ask his own questions about whatever they were presenting. And there were times where, you know, the judge even said, hey, if you find the DNA on this knife sheath, I mean, you can't expect privacy to go out. You can expect the expectation of privacy for Bryan Kohberger. It's a crime scene.
And it's kind of going back to that half-court shot, like just kind of trying anything you can.
Yeah, and some people were saying, you know, the judge was actually making the prosecution's case for them, and then the prosecution would come up afterwards and they'd say, yeah, you know, if you find DNA on a knife sheath, like that expectation of privacy goes out the window. It's not like he found it in the drawer. And it was exactly what the judge had just said maybe 10 minutes prior. So it was really interesting to see that happen.
And what's so interesting about this is because when you're looking at this, you're kind of a lay person, you don't know how the legal system works like an expert would. You might sit there and say, again, like, why are they trying this? If even you're saying like the judge is kind of like looking at them like, are you for real? Are you serious? Is this really what you're bringing up? But when I was talking to Bremner, what she said is, that doesn't really matter. Even if it doesn't get approved, even if the judge does say, we're not going forward with any of this, you bring it up. You bring up everything that you can to kind of, at least put it on the record, because you're going to have the possibility of retrials. You're going to be wanting to fight, even if this verdict comes out and the defense is not happy with it. But what you're also doing is you're putting that information out there. You're sowing any kind of seeds of doubt that when these proceedings eventually do start, you can go back to that. You can say, hey, we brought this up. It's going to be on the record. Even if they don't get that win and the judge approves all of this information they're bringing up, you can say, we brought it up. It's right here. It's on the record.
Yeah. And speaking of, you know, that hearing, I mean, Kaylee Gonzalez's parents were in Boise while those hearings were happening, and it was close to them too for parts of it, you know. And so like you just you got to feel for these families, right? They, at the end of the day, I mean, it comes back to these families and their loss and what they're dealing with, and to have to continually go to these hearings, and now to be faced with the fact that the key DNA evidence could possibly be thrown out. Again, we're still waiting for the ruling, but to even have this conversation, I can't even imagine what's going through their minds.
And I've seen that little element, because you're watching, you're a journalist, you have a job to do, you're on deadline, and you're on hold. And so all of these things are going through your mind of like, okay, how much longer are we going to have to wait in the context of a professional? But I've seen mentioned several times now, the family had to sit and wait. And you bring that up. Was there anything more to it? Did you see anything, or did you hear anything, or did they address that in any of the proceedings?
You know, they did talk, and they said they can't wait for this to be done with, right? Because then maybe they can find some kind of way to move forward, you know, and some kind of closure. Because at the end of the day, they're just trying to find justice for their kids. It's unimaginable what they're dealing with and what they've been through. And this trial, I mean, let's not forget, it was scheduled to happen already in the past, right? This is, it's just keeps getting kicked down the can further and further. And so, yeah, my heart goes out to them.
One thing I want to ask is, we've been kind of talking about like everything that they did throughout, like the defense, that they basically brought all this information that the judge is saying like, come on now. But we did learn some new information from this case, right? We're talking about that roommate who survived, and new information came out about that roommate who was in the house during this case. And originally that roommate said that they saw the suspect in the house, but we learned some new information, at least from the defense.
Right. I mean, the defense was saying, oh, well, that roommate was drunk, right? They're essentially discrediting her testimony from before the trial even starts, right? And let's remember that her testimony is a big reason why we knew a description of Bryan Kohberger. We knew that he was, you know, tall and bushy eyebrows, right? So for them to bring that up, we'll see what happens with that. But I will say Steve Gonsalves, Kaylee's father, was in an interview recently, and he said, if you were woken up at 2 a.m. too, your story might change, your facts might change, because you're woken up in the middle of the night, you're not expecting it. And so of course there are some discrepancies in what she's saying, because that's just being a normal human being. That happens.
Sure. So. But what's interesting though is emotionally, as a real person, sure, I'm gonna take that to heart. Like, okay, you're stressed, it's early in the morning or it's late at night, or you might have been drinking, we understand that. But what you're gonna see in a court.
Welcome, Be Real. Thank you for joining us today. Demon Dog, good to see you, brother. Great to have you.
Proceeding is a defense attorney is going to focus on that.
Yeah.
And all they need to do is kind of create that doubt in a jury. Are you 100% sure that you convict? And if not, then you can't. And that's how the court proceedings work. That's what Ann Bremner was talking about. Yeah. And if they can bring up enough of
cheers, Mark and Betty, and morning to you, my friend. Good to see you.
How do we trust this person? They were drinking. They've already, because I saw this in the proceedings, they said something the defense attorneys are saying is not true, right? They were saying that one of the victims went up and down the stairs, and the defense attorney kind of hammered on that point, saying, that didn't happen. We know that's not true. So if I'm a defense attorney, I have a jury who are expected to remove everything that they've heard up until this point. And I say, this witness can't.
Yeah, this is not what I wanted it to be. Sorry, guys. So once this is done, this is not at all. I thought they were going to have the experts on that they spoke to about what they thought, so on and so forth. That's the way it was explained to me, but that's okay. We're almost done with it.
Remember what they saw, and they tell you that they're drinking. Like, the emotions, everything that's there for us as people exists. But when you go into that courtroom, you're going to have to kind of be a blank slate and remove those emotions.
Absolutely. And like you just mentioned, it's beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's how they convict someone. So
right. Reasonable doubt. If I say one thing and now you have doubt, and that's what the defense is going to go after.
Right. So
yeah. Well, this is what we're going to be focusing on. We have the evidence. We're talking to the experts. As we mentioned, we have lawyers. We have mental health experts. We have detectives who are looking at all of the information that is out there, and they're looking at it in a way that we have not seen before. We're going to have our first episode. It's airing after the Super Bowl on Fox 13 Seattle, and we're going to have this podcast to go along with it. Make sure not only are you watching on air, but you're also listening to the conversations that you're going to be able to hear, honestly, a lot more kind of from us about everything that's going into these nice edited episodes. You're going to hear a lot of like what's going on behind the scenes. But for now, Shira, thank you so much for providing the context.
Yeah, I pulled up the wrong thing, you guys. I'm sorry.
2 days of these hearings. And
don't be angry with me.
I'm AJ Janabel.
I apologize. I'm very, very sorry. Please don't be mad at me. I just was told to go look this up and, well, wrong thing. Sorry about that. That's because here it is. Okay. This is what you're going to be looking for all the misinformation in. My apologies, guys. Thank God that's over. That was grinding my teeth. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that very much. Chris is a good person. Chris is a good guy. Anyway, sorry, that was horrible, you guys. I was sitting here going, when's this going to take place? What are they going to say? When? Nothing. So that was really nothing we needed to hear. So again, just erase that from your mind, guys. So sorry. Yeah, that was prior to the first episode. So my apologies. This is the first episode. Here we go. Sorry.
I remember the day that we first heard about it, and we heard 4 college kids killed over in Idaho.
New details in the deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Police say the 4
Thank you,
victims
Pat.
were targeted and the killer or killers used a knife or other type of edged weapon in this attack.
For now, police are calling the deaths homicides after responding to initial reports of an unconscious person on a road near the University golf courses.
We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community.
I make mistakes, guys. That was honest. I said, I seen Fox 13, episode 1, clicked on it, boom. So, my stupidity. I promise it won't happen again. Sorry. Make you listen to those two. If anybody's asleep, wake up. My apologies for putting you to sleep, because I know I was falling asleep on it.
It wasn't until the days that followed that we really understood the magnitude of what happened and the horror of what happened in that house.
The county coroner gave out new details about the stabbing deaths, saying that the students were in their beds, likely asleep when they were killed. The coroner telling News Nation that she believes that the killer must have been very angry in order to stab 4 people to death.
This was obviously someone who was enraged at these victims. They were knifed, and the people, the police and so on, who came to the scene said that this was the bloodiest crime scene they'd ever seen.
And you know, the blood tells you stories. The blood tells you stories, like reading the blood spatter. You know, you can read the blood spatter.
You know, of course, we heard that he followed all 3 female victims on Instagram and on social media. And he also allegedly incessantly messaged one of them.
And I can tell you, he was obsessed with one or more of those girls. They were the targets. The other people were killed because they were there.
These bright young lives, these kids with so much promise, and evil had come stalking them in their house in the middle of the night.
Investigators gave us an update on the rumor that one of those victims may have had a stalker. Fox 13 News reporter AJ Janovo joins us live from the newsroom tonight. Now, AJ, you've been following this story. You were just in Moscow last week.
It was early enough in the process that I didn't realize the scale of what this was going to be becoming in the next few days and weeks and months and now years.
When this happened, I was an anchor in Boise, Idaho for KTVB at the time.
Oh, not these
My
two
task
again.
that
Come on.
day was to, look at these statements and look at the social media pages and really just.
What's up, Dana? Pumping stuff. Guilter number 1. Guilter number 1. Agreed. It will. I pray it does. That's what I'm waiting for. Conversation is conversation. Thank you, Be Real. And thank you. All you guys are awesome tonight. Everybody accepted my apology. Appreciate you guys.
Find out who these students were.
Today marks a week since 4 University of Idaho students were murdered, and police have not named a suspect yet. The coroner giving out new details about the stabbing deaths, saying the students were in their beds, likely asleep when they were killed. Police have also
And we know that's not true at this point. So there's one. There's
released a map and timeline of events before this tragedy. They say the night began with 2 of the victims at the Corner Club in downtown around 10 p.m.
Okay, cool. So this is going to break this all down. This is interesting. It's kind of like going back to the beginning and, you know what I mean, reviewing it. So that's fine. We can pull out all the bullshit and set it to the side. There we go. Look at this. 20 months. That's our BBB. Congratulations and happy Dagoversary. And you know I appreciate you very much for being here for that long and then some, and being part of this community and an amazing part of this awesome team. My blue crew, I love you guys. I appreciate you very much. So thank you, SRB, again. Although I do believe it's been longer than that, but that's me.
The pair left at 1:30 in the morning and headed to a food truck down the street. At the same time, their roommates, the other 2 victims, were at a party at a fraternity. Both groups went home for the night around 1:45 in the morning.
A lot of crime doesn't happen in Idaho very often, but when it does, it seems like it's really weird or really bizarre, and it's.
I think it has been 2 years, to be honest with you, SRB. That's just my opinion. I'll be honest. Just leave it there.
Sticks out and it gains nationwide attention, and the fact that it happened at the University of Idaho, at an off-campus housing was just, it really resonated with so many people, and it put the entire state on edge.
It was freezing in Moscow. There was snow everywhere, and you have this secluded home, which for, at this point, probably a week, if not longer, still has the police tape around it. And through one of the windows, you can see a neon sign that says good vibes. And that just was such a weird and haunting thing to show up, know what happened here, and kind of see this glimmer of a life.
When I think of this case, I think my mind initially goes straight to the picture of the 4 students. I mean, them smiling, not a care in the world.
It's almost like it's a posed picture that was created for this moment. It doesn't seem realistic, like that they all would be together, that they would all be smiling, they're on each other's shoulders, they're so close. And that image is so tragic.
It was Kaylee, it was Xana, it was Maddie, it was Ethan. They were 4 students, 4 individuals.
Congratulations, Leslie and Billy, for 11 months, and I know it's been longer for you. Either way, happy Daygoversary. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much. Leslie and Billy have been here for a long time. Very, very loyal to this channel. They're always here, so you are so very much appreciated. I hope you know and understand how much appreciated you are. And thanks, somebody just sent a small donation to the Venmo. Thank you so much for that. Every little bit counts. I appreciate you so very much, whoever you are. God bless. That stuff is what I use to help me to pay the bills here when they come due. So thank you, thank you, thank you. That keeps me rolling. God bless.
Individuals, 4 people who, were sisters and brothers and daughters and sons. And yeah, it hit home.
They were very attractive, very popular, very smart, very cool.
Okay, I'm going to tell everybody in here. I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. I'm going to ask you. This woman here, Dr. Lieberman, Carol Lieberman, I don't know how or where she got her license from, but she says things that you shouldn't say in situation like this. So please, what she says, guys, I'm not a doctor. I don't have a PhD. Please take what she says with a grain of salt. There's something not right with her. That's all I'm saying.
Cool kids. And this fit into who an incel would hate.
What's an incel case?
Involuntary celibate. Maybe he'd met him and they brushed him off, or else he just didn't have the confidence to approach him.
If he did commit these crimes, he was somebody who was fantasizing about some type of relationship between himself and certainly the one that he was incessantly messaging. But just what that relationship might look like, who knows where that fantasy was going.
Their psychological issues don't just pop out then. And that's when they act on them. But it's been brewing for a long time.
Hannah and Brian, police have actually remained fairly tight-lipped about certain parts of this case. No suspects have been arrested. They're looking for a fixed blade knife used in the murders.
Why use a knife to murder?
I'm not a psychologist, but it's up close and personal, and it's a lot.
These are the types of questions that have been being asked throughout this entire case. Why use a knife? A lot of people get that, okay? This is good. I like this. Let's hear this.
A lot more, just like strangling, it's a lot more personal than shooting somebody, and you're a lot more involved.
Let's go to Freudian. Let's look at Freudian terms. Like, it's very phallic. And if you are using it to kill somebody and stabbing somebody repeatedly, there's something very intimate about it. And if a killer chooses to use this choice of weapon, usually it's a feeling that's very personal. It's very penetrative. It's extremely violent.
Congrats, Josie. Welcome back to the sauce, my dear. I hope you're doing well and feeling good. I appreciate you becoming a meatball again. We love it and appreciate you very much, Miss Josie.
Has he been evaluated? I mean, what's going on in his head? What do we know about him? When you look at like people like the Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway, or like, Ted Bundy, these people, they're wired completely differently. Is he one of those people?
Is this guy a psychopath? Maybe, maybe not. It's hard because they work at trying to act normal.
There's also arguments about another incident that happened in another house. Was he looked at? Was it somebody else? If it was somebody else, maybe that somebody else did this. Something I've always thought is there's nothing in nature that can be, sliced so thin that it doesn't have two sides. Evidence doesn't lie.
To think that the real killer might still be out there and it's not Bryan Kohberger, that's a terrifying thought, because that means this could happen again and no one would know why or when or how. I can't even imagine what that would mean for the families.
Thank you, SRB. And that would be horrible. That would be absolutely the worst possible thing that could happen. And that, you guys, right there is why I've spent the time that I've spent reviewing this, looking into things, looking at the constitutional side to this, that, and everything else. Never have I ever believed that Bryan Kohberger, this is just me. Nobody has to agree with me. And I'm not forcing this down your throats either, you guys, okay? That's not how we do things in here. But if you believe that doesn't mean I think badly of you either, or nobody else should either. So there's that too. Never have I ever thought that Bryan Kohberger was framed by 4 different agencies and 350 to 400 other officers all at one time into this murder. Okay. Now, is it possible to me that there were mistakes made and rolled this over in that sense, and that's how he got arrested? That's how he was a suspect. Sure. I can see that. Definitely. But was he purposely framed by the FBI, the Moscow PD, the Idaho State Police? No. Come on. I mean, that just doesn't make sense, guys. Commonsensically, why, first of all? Second of all, how? Okay, that's just that. No. And there are people that believe that everybody involved in this investigation, this case, is involved in framing this one man. That doesn't make any sense, guys. Come on. Just think about the actuality of that. We would have so many law enforcement officers involved in this, high up law enforcement agencies. We have a federal agency involved. It's not something that's plausible or understandable to me, for that matter. You know what I mean? Is it possible that one person within an agency could have been involved in something? Possibly, maybe 2. Sure. That is something in my mind that sounds possible. But 300 to 400 to 500 different police officers and agents and this and that, all involved in this one frame job, absolutely makes no sense to me personally. Okay. That doesn't mean that I'm right. That doesn't mean that whoever believes that is wrong. That's just my feeling. That's all I'm saying. That's what I mean. That's absolutely what I mean. Mistakes? Sure. 100%. Absolutely. Okay. And now here's another thing. If mistakes were made, and I still consider this to be corruption, okay? This is me again. If a mistake or mistakes were made, covering that up, absolutely, I could see that being done so that you don't look like a fool in, the eyes of your community. I get that. That's understandable. That's plausible. That could happen. But for all those people to be involved in some conspiracy frame job against one man, and this one of all people, doesn't make sense. Because like Walt said, how easy would it have been to frame one of these frat guys that were there all the time, partying at this house 24/7? It would have been so easy to do that, you guys. Think about that. As compared to this guy who's not from this area. All of the stuff that is involved in that. That's why it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me in that aspect of that. That's all I'm saying. If this happened, it's based on mistakes that were made within the investigation per se, because this is in my opinion, again, a botched investigation, period. The crime scene was completely tainted. Everything. Okay. It's all botched up there in that aspect. I feel that very strongly. Okay. I just can't believe that all of Idaho, Moscow, FBI, all of them are involved in framing this one kid. That's just hard for me to take. That's all. That's all. Now, like I said, those other things do make some sense. Yeah, anybody from there, anybody, within this region, anybody could have been framed for this. This one specific kid, that just doesn't make sense. It would have been so much easier to frame one of the frat kids if they wanted to do that, because they were there. Their DNA is probably, any one of them is all over that house. That's what I'm saying. So I'll shut up and keep playing it.
Do you think he attended the memorial, the vigil that happened?
I would guess that he would have, yes. He wants to see, how much damage he did. The more damage, the happier he would be.
This case is not going cold.
You are absolutely right, Amy, and I disagree with that. They were told not to use the IGG. The way FBI said, don't do this, so and so. I know they did. I agree with you. That's wrong. And there's reasons behind it that I'm not 100% sure of. Whether it's because they had to, because they screwed something up, I don't know. But that, again, doesn't mean, in my opinion, that we was framed. It just means that they possibly had to do something to make things go their way because they had already screwed up. That's all I'm saying with that one. But you're right. That is absolute. And that's a problem for me. It has been. We talked about that a lot. Why did you use this when you were told absolutely to not use this specifically? Okay, so that does make some sense. It absolutely makes sense.
We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence.
There are still more questions about the murders that remain unanswered, with a murderer still on the loose 25 days after these slayings.
In the first few days after the murders, it was a little bit frustrating because the police were not putting out a lot of information. And so there was a lot of speculation about what happened. You see these beautiful young women that get murdered, and you start thinking back to the days of Ted Bundy. I mean, this is an area famous for serial killers here. We've got Gary Ridgway. We've got horrible murders that scarred communities for years, that had women looking over their shoulder everywhere they went.
It's been days since the police department released any.
Welcome, Lacey Pear. We're having a discussion now in regard to the University of Idaho murders case. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much.
New information in this case.
Welcome, Klein. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us tonight as well. Appreciate you.
Last major update was released 2 weeks ago on December 7th. That's when police say they were looking for a white Hyundai Elantra spotted near the crime scene the night of the murder.
You know, there was a time there where police were holding these news conferences, but they had really nothing new to report. I'm sure he was probably watching that too, right? What do you think was going through his mind then?
What happened? Yeah, I think all the way up until he was caught, there was a sense that he was smarter than everybody. And now there's a cat and mouse game going on with the authorities. And on the other hand, if he wants the attention and wants to be caught, he would have felt excited. I would think that there's a level of, okay, now they're getting on to me. Now, how long is this going to take?
I think as the case stretched on, the public was getting very, very irritated and just wanted to know who the killer was.
Well, today, the Moscow police issued a press release with no new information, only updated numbers on how many tips.
See, that's another reason why I have a problem with that too, because Moscow PD, Moscow, the town, and that's part of why I feel like they rushed this. Okay, we've talked about this before, because they needed a suspect in custody because people were not going to send their kids back. The town lives off of what the university makes and brings in. That's where all their income comes from. We all know that because it's such a big university town. So if people stop sending their kids there, the university is not doing what it's doing, so on and so forth. That's going to cause problems for the town itself. I get that. That's why I feel that this was rushed. Okay, that's one of my feelings. Again, something that nobody has to agree with, but I do feel that it was rushed in that sense, possibly. Welcome, Jenny. 8675-3099. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you. Hey, Virginia, good to see you, brother. BK, his plates had expired. His birthday was November 21st or 22nd. I can't remember exactly. It's been a while. I think it's the day before mine, I think, which is the 23rd. So it might be the 22nd. So I know that his plates had expired because of his birthday. He had to get new plates, and he was planning on, from my understanding, being in Washington. So he got Washington plates when he switched them out. So that's why, in my opinion, he did that, truly. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
They've received. They've gotten more than 7,600 emails, 4,300 phone tips, and 4,500 photo submissions. Police keep saying
a lot of people feel that way, be real. I feel that there could be somebody else involved, possibly. Very much so. There's a lot of reasons why, and we've discussed it. So, yeah, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with believing in that by any means whatsoever. Your plate goes by the date you register it, which is on your birthday. My plates always expire on my birthday every year. Every single year. That's when they expire, Sherry. Here. Okay. I don't know if it's any different anywhere else, but on my birthday, my license plate tags and my even if I were to get it now, it still expires then. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's on your birthday. Most of them that I've seen are on the birthday, at least I should say. I know Pennsylvania is on your birthday. Ohio is on your birthday. I don't know about like Idaho or Washington or anything like that, but I know that those two states for a fact because I've been in both states. So, but I don't know, like I said, about anywhere else. Thank you so much for that, Jenny. I can't tell who got that. Can anybody tell who picked that up? That membership. Thank you so much for gifting that. So very generous to you. God bless. Mom, thank you for that SRB. Trina Nixon. Thank you, Mark and Betty. Welcome to the sauce, Trina, and congratulations. Thank you. Thank you again very much. I appreciate that, Jenny, so much.
cyber sleuths are causing issues for police investigating this case.
Oh, I'm sure people thought they were helping. I'm sure they thought.
The date you buy and register is yearly tax. You replace the tag, okay? That little sticker. That's what you buy that every year on your birthday. You have to replace it. It expires. If that's what you're saying. And then you have the option. You have the option to, like here at least, I'm saying, you have the option to get new plates with it if you want to. You don't have to. I don't know if he did it just because he was going to be in Washington for a while, and that's why he got new, because he got Washington plates. Let me say something here real quick, just to see it. I don't like to say something if I'm wrong. One moment. No, that's not what I. 1 second. Oh, hold on. Okay, give me a second. Okay, now here, 1 second. Well, damn, is this that hard? Where's Willie at when you need him? I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Hold on a minute. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on a minute here. Now, I do know one thing, that you have to have your, in PA, you have to have an inspection done. We don't have to do that here, but, and you have to pass, I think you have to pass admissions too, or they won't give you one. Vehicle safety inspection mechanics are authorized. Representative PennDOT may determine registration plate is legible. Okay. Does it say it on here? Hold on. Request vehicle owner when an authorized representative PennDOT. Okay. It's not telling you here. I'll be damned. It doesn't say it here. Well, shit. I don't know how to find it. I know that my aunt and uncle lived in Pennsylvania, and it was on their birthday, from what I knew, but who knows? Things could change. I'll have to find out. I know somebody else lives in PA. I'll talk to them and find out that way. PA registration inspection. You can do the registration for 2 years. I don't have to. Yeah. Okay. You're in PA, Virginia? It's not on your birthday? Okay. Okay. See, I was always told that it was. My aunt and uncle had to renew their tags because they lived in Mercer, PA, which was, right over the Ohio PA line. But I haven't seen Woke Up in a while, Phil. But it was every year on their birthday, they had to go get a new sticker. And yeah, every year. So, because I remember going with my uncle once in Newcastle. That's where he got it done at. So, anyway, either way, I just wanted to make sure I knew what was right or wrong. You know what I mean? So thank you, Miss Sherry, and thank you, Virginia. Okay, well, either way then. It's got to be then, unless maybe it used to be then, because I remember when I was little, I remember hearing him say that. Same plate. Well, you don't have to change your plates. That's the thing. What I'm saying is there's a little sticker that goes in the bottom corner that you have to renew that sticker, not the plate. You can keep your plates forever unless you choose to get new plates. Okay. Now you can get new plates anytime you want to. You don't have to, but being that, and I was thinking that why he may have done it is because he had Pennsylvania plates and he was going to be living in Washington, and that he wanted to switch the plates possibly. You know what I mean? If he renewed the sticker. So, and yeah, driver's license expires on birthdays too here. Every 4 years, I think it is. I think you can do it maybe a little longer. Yeah, just the tag is what you have to purchase here. The plates, you can keep them unless, I think you can keep them for as long as you want to be honest with you. So when he did go do that, he got new Washington plates for the car. And some people questioned that. But I thought because of what we do here, and because I remember my aunt and uncle, when they lived in Mercer, having to go to Newcastle and renew their stuff when they did on their birthday, unless they made that choice on their own, they didn't get new plates. They just got that new little tag, registration tag. So I'll look it up and find the right stuff to actually see it and show you guys. But when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's okay with me. These are things that I learn every day. You only need to change plates if you change the state of your, well, see, maybe that's what happened then. If when he renewed, he changed the registration because he was moving there per se, maybe he got new plates because of that. I don't know, you guys. Maybe he thought he was kind of a nerd, and maybe he thought he had to, or maybe he did it because he was hiding something. It could be anything. But Sherry says his car was in his name, but he changed the title 5 days after the stabbings of the Ford University. I don't know that maybe that was something with his dad, or because it was in his parents' names, wasn't it? Maybe that's why he had to get new plates then. If he took it out of his parents' name and put it in his name, I don't know. It could be. It could be, Virginia. It could be that he was hiding something. I've never seen that either, but either way, I'll take it for what it is. New registration required 60 days after relocating. That could be it too, because he was there just over that. So, okay. On we go.
They were scouring these videos that everyone else was looking at, and perhaps they saw something in these videos that maybe police missed, or maybe someone else, an investigator, missed. But I think there's a difference between you calling someone and saying, you know, police, I saw this in a video, versus me starting a TikTok and saying, I know who the criminal is, I know who's behind this. When really
Okay, hey Bobby, good to see you, bud. It's been a minute. Per the traffic stop with the female officer, registration was expiring end of November. So there's the reason why he did it. And again, if you're going to be changing residency, that's why I thought maybe the plates happened. Because if you're not planning on going back to PA for a while. Okay, well, thank you, Bobby. That's helpful too. Appreciate that.
Really, you didn't.
Now, a history professor from the University of Idaho is suing a TikToker for spreading rumors. TikTok personality Ashley Gillard accused Professor Rebecca Schofield of the murders. The lawsuit, filed Wednesday, points to a number of videos posted to the platform that attempted to tie the teacher to the killings. The TikTok personality posted a video.
Well, welcome, Blackhawk. Question would be if he did get issued a new plate, Where is the old one, and did he turn it in or get rid of it? See, I don't know how that works. If you're allowed to keep those, if you have to turn them back in, or you throw them away, or whatever. Here, we just keep them. Okay. Thank you, Blackhawk, and welcome. It's great to have you here. I appreciate you.
Video yesterday saying she is not going to stop posting videos.
Photos start getting leaked of the girls who are out the night before they're killed. They're out getting some food. You start to see the guy they're with. And so the public, the online community starts latching on this. These keyboard crime fighters start trying to solve the case. They must be that guy. He was with them. You can see they start trying to analyze their body language, start trying to look at how they acted.
The Moscow police kind of were non-existent in the reporting that we're doing. I don't remember going to any specific press conferences where police were kind of providing information. A lot of what we were getting was through social media, it was through Facebook, and it was tough. It was almost as if we were walking through a movie set that the cast wasn't on. And so this was the first time that we saw that community of that school fully with that concern of, are we safe here?
Nearly 3 weeks after the gruesome stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students, their pairs will be coming together tonight to finally say goodbye. And what makes this case especially terrifying is that the killer is still on the loose.
Fox 13's AJ Janovo joins us live from the KB Activity Center in Moscow, where that vigil is set to begin at 5 p.m.
That was the first time, realistically, that we heard their names said correctly. That was the first time we heard about these young adults, who they were.
The beauty of what they have and what makes them special.
Such a happy, such a great kid, such a perfect little baby.
Because everything up until this point had just been like a picture and a name. And that was the first time that we had heard from the people that it truly impacted.
To make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Toward the end of the evening, the dome went dark, but only briefly, as members of the community illuminated the dome using their phones, a reminder that even in the darkness, there's a path forward.
I think, at the end of the day, it was terrible, but the entire state came together and they were able to, grieve together and support these families together. And sometimes that, something beautiful can be born out of tragedy. And that was something really beautiful to see.
And we ask that the memory of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison be a light that dispels the shadow of these days.
Oh, okay. I see you got, listen, when I say plates expire, I mean the registration sticker that goes in the bottom right-hand corner of the plate, not the plate themselves. The sticker, the registration sticker expires on your birthday here. You can get it 2 years, but it's still on your birthday. So what's wrong with this situation is the accused gets more empathy than the real victims. In some senses, that's very true. It is. Welcome, Hartley. Yeah, definitely happens. But at the same time, with any case, I think some people just want to be sure that he's the one that did it. I think some people absolutely don't want to see anything other than that he didn't do it. And some people absolutely don't want to see anything other than he did do it. So in some senses, yes, that is true. And that's happened in more than this case too. It was the same way with Delphi. A lot of things over there made people look that way too. So regardless, moving on.
Do you think he attended the memorial, the vigil that happened?
I would guess that he would have, yes. He wants to see, how much damage he did. The more damage, the happier he would be.
It's another part of their work, if you will, of their art piece. This is a part of it. It's like, I've done this thing and now I get to see, how people are responding to what I did. It's pretty egocentric.
But it's hard to murder 4 people and not leave evidence behind, no matter how smart you are. I saw so much speculation online about the killer, about the motive. about somebody seen on video with the girls the night they were murdered. And I talked to a lot of detectives about this, and pretty much every one of them said, just ignore that. That's just noise. That's not evidence. These days, they rely a lot on the science. And ultimately, it was the science that led to the identification of Kohberger.
Live from Fox 13, this is breaking news.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. Again, we've just learned that a suspect is in custody connected to the killings of 4 University of students.
A man in his mid-20s taken into custody about 3 o'clock this morning, found in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
A nationwide manhunt for a killer ends here in the Poconos. RYANKOHBERGER, the man police say murdered 4 college students in Idaho last month, is in custody tonight.
Kohberger.
We're trying to answer who RYANKOHBERGER is, the man who moved from Pennsylvania to study in Pullman, and what could have possibly been the motivation behind stabbing 4 unsuspecting undergrads.
Weeks after the attacks, People magazine is reporting that when Pennsylvania police arrested RYANKOHBERGER at his parents' home, they found several pictures of one of the women.
The New York Times investigation pulling the curtain back on RYANKOHBERGER.
So the newspaper found social media postings from Kohberger from 2011, and in them he wrote about not feeling emotions.
I wanted to start looking into the mind of this man and figure out what made him tick. Why would he do something like this? And the comment I got was, that boy ain't right.
You know, a lot of individuals, they will start off with fantasies and things like that, but they'll never think that they'll cross the line. It seemed like several escalating factors then led to the final decision to take out his rage on these people.
So in his fantasy world, was he picturing the police investigation and figuring he'd get away with it?
I'm sure he was. Yeah, I'm sure he was, which it's always the worst mistake, you know.
Thinking you're smarter than the cops?
You can keep it, SR.
7 long weeks coming down to this.
Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger.
The man accused of the brutal crime behind bars.
When I first saw Kohberger, what shocked me was his lack of emotion. Look how composed he appeared with the world's.
And I'll be honest, you guys, that's what bothers me about him. And has bothered me about him from the beginning. There's something about him. And I'm sure the people that think he's innocent are going to get upset with me. And that, like I said, you guys, we all have the right to our own feelings and opinions. I've stated I'm on the fence, innocent until proven guilty, so on and so forth. I'm all about it. I hope it is him. I truly do. I'll say that again. I hope it is him for as long as he's been in custody and all this other stuff. And I want to believe that law enforcement and everything did the right thing. Okay. I hope it is him. But the look on this man's face from the moment that he was arrested, every time you see him, whether he's in court, walking to court, walking from court, everything, he has this look of it. It just weirds me out. I get a very bad feeling, which is what, and I know you can't convict somebody on the way their eyes look, guys, but in my mind, the dude freaks me out. Okay, flat out, no two ways to look at it. The guy weirds me out, and I've been around weird people. I've dealt with weird people working in fire and EMS, so on and so forth. But this guy has showed absolutely no emotion. I mean, look at him. It's just weird to me that you've not shown any kind of emotion whatsoever. I think I saw him smile, like snicker grin once coming into court talking to somebody, and it wasn't even a real smile. It was faked, in my opinion. Okay. So I have had that problem with this man from day one. I will say that right out of the gate. No, and that's agreed, Mark. I know you you don't give somebody the death penalty on their look. So don't take it that way. It just, the guy weirds me out, guys. There's something strange with the way he, I don't know. It's kind of like he's not there, like he's empty. You know, his physical person's here, but like there's nothing behind it. That's the way I feel when I look at it, okay? I know that, Phil. Mainstream media is horrible, okay? Mainstream media is horrible. This man has been convicted, guilty, and already been put to death in the eyes of public opinion, period. There's no two ways about it. I don't believe that yet because I don't have all the evidence. And once I get it, if he did it, he did it. I'll be standing there with the torch. Let's do this. But I want to say right out front, the man gives me a strange feeling, a very weird vibe just from his eyes and the look that he carries. It freaks me out. That's all I was trying to say. Yes, almost soulless. That's a good way to put it. 100%. That in itself is what made me think, okay, yeah, you could have done this. That's what makes me lean that direction a little bit, because he does. And I know it's wrong to convict somebody on a look, guys. I'm just giving you, we're just talking, okay? There's some things about him that make me highly uncomfortable. That's all I'm saying. Good way to put it, Noel. Good way to put it. That's the way I feel about it, though. Soulless. That's a good way to, that's probably the best way to put it. That there's just nothing there. Okay. That's scary to me, because there have been, and I'm not calling him a serial killer. Don't get me wrong. There have been, it's like he's detached, maybe, but soulless is the best way to put it. Thank you, SRB, for that.
Eyes on him, being accused of being a mass murderer, and it almost seemed like it didn't affect him at all.
He looked creepy. It was weird just to see him, but also we all want to know who was that person, and now we see him.
Anybody else that's in this room, if somebody came to you, look, there's another look. All of his looks are the same thing. See? If somebody came to you and said, I'm accusing you of murdering 4 people. First off, I'm going to like, huh? And I'm going to be upset, freaking out. This dude never looked this way. I don't know what he looked like when he was arrested. Don't get me wrong, okay? But he did make a statement. I can't, and his attorney said that he did say this. I cannot wait to be exonerated for this right out of the gate, okay? I'm not saying that's guilty or innocent. I'm saying every time we see this man, I don't know if the photographers are that good or not, but he has that look on his face every time. It weirds me out, truly.
And my thought was, that's the guy. That's the guy.
Something in the look in his eyes. You think he's a normal guy, but the boy just ain't right.
It seemed like he had a mask on, if you will, or you never really got a sense of who he was. And I don't think that'll change now.
He was arrested in eastern Pennsylvania. Take a look at his mugshot. Records say that he was taken into custody at his parents' gated community earlier this morning.
The images were very, I guess, visceral. Him just kind of with a...
Every picture. That one right there. Look at that one. You see what I'm saying? You guys, I know this doesn't convict him. I know this doesn't mean he did this, but damn it, every time we see this guy's face, every picture, except for the older ones, when he was younger, before this happened, there's something there that is not right. I can't stop saying it. Sorry. I think I know what you're talking about, Miss Sherry. I truly do. I'm not going to go into it, but I think I know what you're talking about.
A motionless face, and in this bulletproof vest. For me, this was, at the time, the answer to a lot of questions.
We did learn what is inside these bags taken from Kohberger's home. That evidence includes a black, disposable glove, multiple suspect hair strands. Investigators also found a dark red spot in the apartment and sampled it for testing. Reddish-brown stains found on a pillow, and multiple mattress covers with stains.
What we do know is they're DNA matched. We know it's the sheath. We know that there's evidence that he'd been at the place before. You know, we've got phone, GPS, location evidence. We've got the fact that things were found in his apartment at Wazoo. The evidence that he was throwing out, that's a big piece in Pennsylvania. You know, and of course the car. I mean, that was a description of his car that led to him in part.
The warrants allege Kohberger studied other murders and how to avoid detection as part of his preparations.
Kohberger has said he believes the evidence in this case will exonerate him.
The facts will exonerate me is such a braggadocious way when you have been walked across millions of television screens in handcuffs and your face has been plastered next to these victims. I will prove that I didn't do this. You will see that I didn't do this. It was kind of like a stage that he had created where at the time I thought he was going to represent himself.
Would he ever testify? I would highly doubt it. But I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know. I mean, they're going to need to defend him. And one other thing to consider is as they're trying their case on the guilt phase, they're also trying their case on their sentencing phase, trying to humanize him.
The 28-year-old attended Northampton Community College, where he made the dean's list at least 2 semesters, then graduated DeSales University in his home state of Pennsylvania with a master's in criminal justice. This fall, he moved to Pullman to begin his first semester at
If you look up, just so everybody knows, if you look that up, it is going to tell you that there's several conditions that can cause that look in people. It could be exhaustion, trauma, or psychological conditions. Just saying, the latter of those that I stated would be the one I would guess if that was the reasoning behind it. I'm just saying, because if it was exhaustion, that would be 1 picture, 2 pictures max. Not all of them. Okay, that's my opinion.
Washington State, seeking a PhD. Some of those that knew him in school describe him as professional, nice, mature.
Good point, Chris.
His prior research includes this, a survey targeting responses from criminals asking how they committed their crimes, with prompts like, why did you choose that victim? Before making your move, how did you approach the victim? And how did you leave the scene?
This is a person who is interested in criminology because he
Welcome, Linda. That's a good point. It could be, very well could be. That's a grand possibility. It could be why he ate the way he did, chose to be that way. So that's a good point. And thank you for joining us. I appreciate you being here. Welcome, Taylor. Good to see you too. It kind of does have that look. I agree. Yeah, it's another good point too, Jenny. And that is self-medicating to me. Okay, think about that for a minute, you guys. If anybody in here knows anything about that kind of stuff, self-medication, when people have, it happens all the time. My son did it. Okay, when people have mental health issues, psychological breakdown, stuff like that, a lot of people self-medicate to deal with what they're dealing with because they're not on the right meds or they're not on any meds at all. A lot of people smoke weed, they do this, they do that. So at a young age like that does make some sense to me that he was self-medicating himself to deal with something. When a lot of people that are on heroin do it, they don't feel. You go numb, you know? Think about that. That's something to think about. Back then, why did you want to feel numb then? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Steroids. I've heard about that before. Yeah. Absolutely, Linda. Thank you. My brother went to drugs to counter his untreated mental health. See, it happens a lot. I've dealt with it a lot too. People that self-medicate because either they can't get the right medication, they don't like the right medication that they're supposed to be on, it doesn't make them feel right, or it's one of those two typically is what it is. So it does happen, guys. So heroin is pretty strong and it numbs you. You go out. You're not in touch with anything. Think about it. That's something I've thought about with him too. Like that makes a lot of sense. And me and Willie even talked about, like, why was he on heroin so young and why, his family's a decent family. You didn't come from a bad situation. You things like that. So what made you want to do this? Now, going back to things he said when he was younger, I don't feel Remember that? I don't have any emotions, things like that. So it makes you wonder. That's all I'm saying. Same with my son, SRB, same thing. And there's that too, Noel. Good points. Good points, guys.
He could be a criminal, and he.
Wow, Jenny, that's horrible. If it's that bad, good God, that's horrifying. And that's the other thing is he was overweight at one time too. So that's a good point. Simply, I see everybody's got good points on this stuff. He was overweight and didn't like it, and he lost all that weight. It happens. It does happen too. The ex self-medicated, and that poor girl is still in mask because she. See, it happens all the time. So, thank you, Mike.
He's trying to figure out how the criminal mind works. I think that he probably had a pretty active fantasy life, is my guess. We heard that he followed all 3 female.
Very true, Shampoo. Thank you. This next statement is absolutely not true, by the way. So here's one.
Victims on Instagram and on social media. That at least tells us that if he did commit these crimes, he was somebody who was fantasizing.
And that is the problem here. Whether it's right or wrong, misinformation. That's not true. They proved that's not true a long time ago. So they shouldn't be saying things like this. Okay, that's the other problem. So
about some type of relationship between himself and certainly the one
exactly,
that he was incessantly messaging. But just what that relationship might look like, who knows where that fantasy was going.
I knew that it was an incel. And I actually gave interviews talking about the murderer being an incel. This is before they had any idea who it was.
she knew that it was an incel, and this is why I don't like her. She just says these things like, I know this and I know that. We don't know that he's an incel. There's been somebody that comes in here that knew of him, knows of people with him, knows his friends. He's not an incel, guys. And I don't think he's an incel either. I never did. He's strange. That doesn't make him an incel. But so don't say things like that. That's another issue. That's why I don't like her.
Before they arrested him, he has had a hard time throughout his life finding a date, finding not just a date, but finding a woman who loved him, who wanted to be with him. And so that's a lot of time to fester. There's evidence.
This is why I'm telling you guys to take what she says with a grain of salt. You don't say things like this. Okay? That's if I could get Casey to come in here, Willie's trying to, I'd love to have a talk with her. She knows him very well. There was no incel. That's crazy. I don't want to say strange. I think he promotes himself differently than some people do, is what I'm trying to say to now. And welcome, by the way. Thank you for joining us tonight.
That Brian was following these 4 students around. We know that he went around the house several times.
Once again, this is not true. It's been proven wrong. This is why they shouldn't say things like this. Because it makes people think these things. Whether we find out now come trial, if that changes and they show proof that he did do this after they've already said he didn't, that's a different story. Stop saying this, and this. This doctor drives me nuts.
Times before the night of the murders.
A lot of individuals, they will start off with fantasies and things like that, but they'll never think that they'll cross the line. And then all of a sudden, certain accelerants happen, and now they've crossed the line. And I think that's what happened in this case.
That is true.
Talked to a couple of weeks before the killing by professors who were telling him that he wasn't doing a great job. He was acting differently towards the women students than towards the men. He would put the women down.
He was already getting warnings, and they were going to let him go from his position as a TA. Escalating factors then led to the final decision to take out his rage on these people.
And that was slated to be, or that was said to have been a rumor. There was no proof of that yet either. So we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Zelda. And that's a good point. Absolutely a good point, Zelda. I agree with you.
People.
We're finally getting pages and pages of concrete evidence in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. The affidavit in this case reveals
point,
a surviving roommate came face to face with a man in black, partially masked, but with bushy eyebrows moments after the stabbings. And that partial description and security video of a car like the Elantra that Brian Kohberger drives allowed investigators to focus on him within a couple of weeks of the crime. The biggest break, though, in the case may have been a small metal clasp connected to the murder weapon, which had all important DNA evidence on it.
So in his fantasy world, was he picturing the police investigation and figuring he'd get away with it?
I'm sure he was. Yeah, I'm sure he was, which it's always the worst mistake, you know.
Thinking you're smarter than the cops? Got a master's in criminology, but I guess not a graduate degree in actual murder.
For some killers, the planning is the most exciting part because that's the time they have the most control over everything. So they have the idea of exactly how it's going to go. They probably have mapped out the inside. I'm sure if he did this, probably had a sense of mapping out the inside.
But in the heat of the moment, you don't think that way. You don't act that way. He carried the knife in there in the sheath, which was his first mistake. He took it out and either dropped it or set it down, then forgot about it in the frenzy, walked by other people he didn't even see, you know, because he was in the tunnel vision again, that I said.
And a huge adrenaline rush, too, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
huge adrenaline rush, yeah.
He was in kind of a fog at that point, like a killing fog. Like he just finished doing these things and he was now just needing to leave.
So his cell phone pinged again from the house about 5 hours after the murders. There's always this thought that the killer returns to the scene. Why would he come back?
Well, maybe he wanted to see if anybody discovered it yet, see if the police were there.
It seems to me that I think he came back early, like it was around 9 o'clock or so when he came back, and they hadn't called the police yet. So I'm sure he must have been very confused as to why.
And then things probably started falling into place in his mind, and he realized, oh my God, I've left the knife sheath. And then he's frantically debating with himself, should I go back in and get it? Because that may have been what was going on in his mind if he did not mean to leave the knife sheath. I could imagine him frantically going back and forth in his mind. Should I go back in and get this thing because I'm going to be, excuse my French. I've gone kind of one of two ways when I've talked about how somebody who's getting his PhD in criminology could, if he is guilty of these crimes, how could he make so many mistakes? Now, let's look at it from the perspective, what if Brian Kohberger, if he is guilty of this, wanted to get caught?
That's a good point, Phil. That's it. I can't believe they put Lieberman in there. So, hold on a minute here. All right, you guys, one moment here. Hold on. Okay, this next, what's up, Twiz? Good to see you, bro. Again, guys, the link is pinned if anybody wants to join me. This next thing is, a New York City police officer, and they're, they mapped out the situation of the crime, okay? And they talk about it, they break it down in that sense. This was sent to me, so it should be interesting. So I'm gonna finish this up here and then we'll discuss all these things.
Victim 3 and 4. This case is the ultimate horror story. This is not like what they call a misdemeanor homicide, where it's like an active criminal that gets killed. These are just normal people living their lives. This is Murder House.
He is a bit geeky, very bright in my opinion, and Taylor tells him how to behave. Dago, sit, shut up. I'm sorry, Amy? You want me to shut up? Hi, Victorine. Welcome to you, Twiz. Good to see you, brother. Okay. Sorry if I said something that you didn't like. My apologies.
Today we'll be plotting out every detail of the University of Idaho murders on a map.
I'm Matthew Steiner. I'm a senior crime scene analyst retired from the New York City Police Department. Let's start with the night of the murder. With any investigation, there is a
Sorry to hear that, Sarge. Welcome. Hope you're having a good night, sir.
timeline. What happens before the crime, what happens during the crime, and then what happens after the crime.
On the night of November 12, 2022, University of Idaho undergraduate students and best friends Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves went out to...
Oh, yeah, I got it. I've seen it up there. It's okay. No worries. I understand, Amy.
...to the Corner Club Bar in Moscow, Idaho.
So here's the Corner Club Bar.
Meanwhile, Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle, also students at the University of Idaho, went to a frat party at the Sigma Chi House, approximately 1.4 miles across town.
Madison and Kaylee are at the Grub Truck here, right down the block from the Corner Club Bar.
At 1:40 a.m., Madison and Kaylee left the bar and were captured on video at a local food vendor, Grub Truck, a 7-minute walk away.
I get it, guys. Don't worry.
Here, in the footage of the girls at Grub Truck, are not considered suspects, according to authorities.
We have suspects originally that come up that are from the Grub Truck video. So those two people come up in the investigation, of course. But investigators ruled them out pretty quickly. They're proven to be somewhere else during this crime.
All 4 victims returned home by around 2 a.m. that morning.
The murders happened here at 1122 King Road.
An hour after the students returned home, a white Hyundai Elantra appeared in surveillance video in the neighborhood.
That's part of any investigation. You want to do what they call a surveillance canvas. Any cameras that could capture routes into, out of the crime scene or at the crime scene, those need to be analyzed. You want to see who's there, who's coming and going, and certainly in this case.
Welcome, Victorine. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Vehicles that are traveling in that area. A white Hyundai Elantra is seen several times circling this area of 1122 King Road.
Despite the house being on a dead-end street, the car could be seen passing the home several times that night, including once at around 4:04 a.m.
So there's AI software that can identify vehicles, looking at the shape of it, the size of it, the number of doors, and it gives you possibilities of what that vehicle could be, you know, and sometimes even model ranges. So I think this was like a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra, white 4-door sedan. Now let's take a look at the floor plan of the house.
1122 King Road in Moscow was a 3-story, 6-bedroom home. All 4 victims were asleep on the 2nd and 3rd floors the night of the murders.
2 of the victims were found here on the 3rd floor. These victims were Madison and Kaylee. 2 of the victims were found here on the 2nd floor. This was Ethan and Xana. It is believed that the killer entered the home through the sliding glass door here on the 2nd floor of the location.
A key witness in this case is a surviving roommate who was home the night of the murders. Around 4 a.m., she reported hearing crying from the 2nd floor of the home and a man's voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
In this case, we have a witness that lives on the 2nd floor of that location. She hears something going on during the time of the attack. This sort of evidence is what they call testimonial evidence. In any trial, you're going to have physical evidence and testimonial evidence. Testimonial evidence is what people say. What does my witness say? What does my victim say? What does my suspect say? They could be telling you the truth, they could be mistaken, or they could be lying.
The surviving roommate opened her bedroom door and witnessed a masked man standing in her house. She froze as the man walked right by her and out of the sliding glass door.
Now, why is that? Why is not victim number 5? Could be that he didn't see her as a threat. She's not blocking the doorway. And maybe he didn't see her at all. Like, his focus is on the door. I'm getting out of here. I just killed 4 people. I want to escape as quick as possible and not even notice this person. And it could be also that, like, the game plan was to go there to kill 1 person. And then you go into that bedroom and that person's next to somebody else. So now you got to kill the second person. Now you hear noise downstairs. Maybe Ethan and Xana are awake and they're like, I hear somebody in the house, someone's upstairs. And now your attention's drawn to them. And so that becomes victim 3 and 4. And then number 5 just wasn't in your route. You didn't see him, or they didn't pose a threat, and you're wearing a mask anyway. How could they identify you? From the beginning, the police said this was a targeted attack. I'm assuming during trial, we're going to learn a lot more about this case and what we know. And it could be something very specific that he was fixated on one of the female victims. When he goes to kill the one girl, all these other people are collateral.
The surviving roommate that witnessed the murder in the house described him as 5'10", athletically built but not muscular, with bushy eyebrows.
She only had the opportunity to see this person for a couple seconds. What could you remember in a couple seconds? And then add in, what was the lighting like? What was your state of mind? Are you just waking up? Are you kind of groggy? Or do you think something's happening and there's this fight or flight reaction your body's going through? You're not going to remember every single detail. It's actually more suspect when someone comes with a lot of detail. They're highly detailed in their description, and they give so much minutia about, oh, the person, was wearing this style of clothing and brands and all this other stuff. Just think, well, how can you remember that much from that couple seconds of time? And usually there is some sort of editorializing with that. People are adding to their memory from that. So I think the description is what you would expect for most cases. 50 feet west of Xana's bedroom, audio is picked up on a surveillance camera somewhere about here. Now, audio evidence comes up quite frequently in cases. It comes up in a form of surveillance like we have in this case, but also from body cam footage. It comes up from 911 phone calls. Some of these newer cameras, even like a Ring doorbell cam.
Thank you, Phil, so much for gifting that membership. I can't see who got it yet. Whoever it was, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you very much. And thank you, Phil, one more time. Very generous of you. Appreciate it so very much.
Pick up sounds from 50 feet away.
3 minutes after the security camera picked up that audio, a white Hyundai Elantra was captured in video footage leaving the neighborhood.
So the crime...
Okay, Victorine, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. We have a new meatball. And thank you for joining us. Appreciate you.
Happened somewhere between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. The police are called just before noon the next day. So it's about 8 hours, 7.5 to 8 hours that the police aren't called. So this comes up in question and even draws attention to the 2 surviving roommates that live in that house. These things happen. 911's not always called immediately. You don't know how you're going to act until you're in that situation. You think, oh, I was going to call 911 right away. I'm going to take action. I'm going to fight. I'm going to do this or that. But until you're in that situation, you don't know what you're going to do.
At 11:58 a.m. that morning, a 911 call was made from a surviving roommate's phone. Responding officers found 4 victims in the house, all with multiple stab wounds from a large knife.
Let's take a closer look at the accused murderer, RYANKOHBERGER.
RYANKOHBERGER was born November 21st, 1994. He was 28 at the time of the murders.
Brian grew up here in Effort, Pennsylvania. He graduated from Pleasant Valley High School, 2.3 miles away from his home here. So it is alleged that RYANKOHBERGER had dealt with some bullying when he was growing up, some weight issues, as well as being kind of an outsider, being depressed. He suffered from this condition called VSS, or visual snow syndrome, which is like a rare neurological disease. And you basically walk around with old school TV static in your vision all the time. So they know it is associated with migraine headaches, depression, anxiety, and this dissociation. Just because you were picked on, you were depressed, you have VSS, doesn't mean that you're going to go out and commit a crime. This trope of the killer getting revenge on somebody is not always the case. Correlation is not causation. What would be interesting then is that we have this documented neurological disorder, his history.
Absolutely. If you choose to, Victorine, you can do whatever you'd like with that, dear. Thank you again for joining us.
Dealing with depression and drugs, I could see the defense using this if he's convicted. Because in the state of Idaho, he could possibly be executed. So if he's convicted, maybe keeping him off death row by saying, listen, this poor kid, he has this condition, he's in this dissociative fugue state when he kills these people, he didn't know what he was doing. Not that, he shouldn't go to jail, but at least let's keep him alive. Which brings us to his time in Washington State.
At the time of the murders, Kohberger was a PhD criminology student at Washington State University's Pullman campus. He was also a teaching assistant.
Certainly, if you are a criminal justice student, you know how investigations run, not only what killers do, but how the law enforcement end of it works and how trials work. So he has intimate knowledge of the criminal justice system. It has been speculated that having this knowledge is what helped him plot out his crime and how to cover up his tracks afterwards. Again, correlation is not causation. There are plenty of criminal justice students that aren't criminals. He lived at Steptoe Village Apartments. That is 10.9 miles away from the scene of the crime.
His neighbors at the Steptoe Village Apartments told reporters that Kohberger's demeanor changed and that he even asked them about the murders in the days following the crime.
So there is reports that Brian Kohberger was talking about this case with one of his neighbors back in Washington. Not a good tactic if you are someone that committed a crime. You don't want to bring attention to that crime, talk about that crime, tell anyone that you know anything about that crime. That's the first rule about committing a crime. Don't tell anybody. Shut your mouth. It could be him flexing his criminal justice muscles, trying to impress them, say, hey, I think it's this motive. I know, I'm an expert. But it also could be that he gets some sort of perverse satisfaction of talking about this and to a stranger. And then in his mind, it's like, this person doesn't know that I did this. But a smart criminal would not talk about it. Because now in your mind, you're connected to this crime with your neighbor. And as more information comes out, now they're looking for a white Elantra. Now your neighbor's like, oh, I was just talking about that case with Brian. What does he drive? Oh, white Elantra. And now you become part of the investigation. Now let's talk about the murder weapon. The murder weapon has never been recovered, so we don't know where it is. So in this case, we don't have a murder weapon recovered. In a murder case, you want to have that murder weapon. You want to have that connection. This is a key piece that was used. Maybe the victim's blood is on the blade. Maybe your suspect's DNA.
Welcome, Miss Crystal. Bobby, good to see you, Crystal. Bobby says, who wasn't talking about it in that area? Good point. Most everybody was. That's a good point. We missed you too, Miss Crystal. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Is on the handle, but just because we don't have it doesn't mean we can't prosecute somebody. We have cases where we prosecute someone without even having a body. And just think, like, as the person who commits a crime, what is the first thing you're looking to get rid of? It's going to be that key piece of evidence. And I'm sure they spent hundreds and hundreds or thousands of hours looking for this murder weapon, and they still haven't found it. Or they do have it, and they haven't released all the information yet on the case. Let's look at Kohberger's movements after the murders.
According to cell phone data and surveillance footage, the morning after the murders took place, Kohberger traveled 30 miles south from his apartment to Clarkston, Washington.
He stopped at Kate's Cup of Joe at 12:36 p.m. on November 13th. That is 35 miles from his apartment. To get there, Kohberger would have to cross the Snake River that divides Idaho and Washington State. Now, I don't know if this is likely, but it would be a good place to ditch evidence. You throw something that has DNA on it into water, it's not going to survive for a very long period of time, or some period of time, but not for days, weeks, or months. There's no linkage there. It doesn't have the blood of the victim on it. So we don't know if it's a murder weapon. 10 minutes later, he's seen at this Albertsons grocery store nearby. Now, it could be something just ordinary. He's there to buy groceries. He's there to buy toilet paper, paper towels, or it could be to purchase stuff to help him clean up after himself in a crime scene. Bleach, garbage bags, things like that to get rid of evidence he may still have. So,
welcome, Mom. Thank you for joining me tonight. How are you? I'll tell you guys, right out of I absolutely believe that it's a huge possibility that the weapon for this is probably in the Snake River. That's something I've thought the whole time, regardless of who did it or who didn't do it. That's such a huge river. It goes so deep. I very, very honestly, truly feel that it could be in that river. And I don't believe they searched it. It'd be almost impossible. So, can you hear me, Mom?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Hey, Chris. Good to
Perfect.
see you. Thank you for joining me, ma'am. You figured everything
You're
out and got it
welcome.
working?
Yeah, on my laptop, my phone will not let me log in.
Did you try to reset it?
I've tried everything. You know, I was wondering why I was only, because I usually get about between 8,000 and 10,000 views on my shorts. And I was wondering why I was getting like a couple hundred views. I was like, what the hell's going on? So I got to searching for something else through my email last night, and my channel's been shadow banned.
Oh, I know what that feels like. Gotta love it. Why?
So I
Why
had to
you?
resubmit my ID to YouTube, and I went the frick off because I was like, you know, I was monetized at one time. How the hell do
Right.
y'all not have my ID on file? You have my ID, you have proof of address, you know exactly who the hell I am.
They made you go through all
The guy I
that?
talked to was real. Yes. Yeah.
Good God.
And I've been monetized.
So what's
Like,
that
I
all
showed
about?
it the night I had my rant that I've been monetized before. Like, I've had Google AdSense before.
Wow, that's crazy. I felt like I was shadow
I
banned
was
too.
mad at him.
I never had to do that, but like, yeah, things change up real quick. You see something going on, it ain't right. So yeah. Wow. So do you think it's going to change things now?
It should. Hell, I couldn't pin comments or nothing, which I normally don't pin comments, but a couple people had commented on some stuff and I really wanted to acknowledge them. And, you know, that's a great way to acknowledge somebody. And when you're not a creator, when you are a sub to a channel and you go back to check a post and your comments pinned, dude, I've literally screenshotted those when I first started this, my favorite creator, and ran to Craig and was like, look, my comment got pinned. You know, so that means
Wow.
things to the community. What the
course it
frick is the
does.
point of being here if you're not here for your community? You know, and I went
Absolutely.
to pin a comment and it wouldn't let me. And I was like, I'm fucking shadow banned again. This is the second time in 6 months.
Wow. See, I was told that's what happened to me, and I'm trying to figure out how. How do you explain this? Matahari doesn't understand what it means. I've
Okay,
never ever
so
been able
what
to
it means, what
Go
it
ahead.
means is when you get shadow banned from YouTube, you can still upload content. It doesn't mean that you have a community strike. It doesn't mean that you posted what I posted last time that got me banned. Well, like 2 years ago, they got me banned because they frown on what I posted, and I won't even say it on here because I don't want it to affect Dago's channel. What it means is YouTube will not push you out into the algorithm at all. They will not send people notifications. So, you know, you start noticing people coming in your chat going, I didn't get a notification. They don't put you on the For You page or the Creator Live page. And you'll start seeing, like I said, my shorts normally get about 10,000 views on them. Sometimes they get more than that, 14, 16,000 views. I upload a short, it gets 1,000 views. That's a red flag. Once you start seeing all these things happen at the same time, go back through your email, search bar at the top of it, YouTube, and somewhere buried in Bath and Body Works and bark.com, there's an email from YouTube that says you no longer have access to advanced features. That means that YouTube has took your channel and they've buried it in the pits of hell, and nobody knows that you're going live. And even if they do see you going live, it's because you posted it on Twitter or Facebook and they click the link from there, because YouTube will not put your link out. It was fixed by this morning when I got up, but that's the point. I was upset.
Why do they do that?
Because they'll do it to channels that the way that you usually see it is they'll do it to channels that are doing the right thing. They'll do it to channels that are doing the right thing.
Okay.
That is the only thing that I can figure, because how many drama channels do you have out there that
They don't bother with, right?
chase people down, get charges put against them, have some restraining orders, and their channel is perfectly fine?
Wow. Basically, Matahari, they keep people from being able to know, which is what I think happened to me about 3, 4, 5 months ago. About 4 months
Phil,
ago.
it's not you. It's not you, Phil. It's YouTube. It's YouTube. And this is happening since pretty much since I started my channel.
That's really shitty.
And it starts out with you don't have enough channel history. Okay, I could go for that if I didn't have 35, 40,000 views on some of my videos. Hey, I will take that as I don't have enough. But no. No, 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 no.
That's
I share
crazy.
cases, I share missing people, and I have community lives. I'm not doing anything different than anybody else is doing.
Except
right.
the fact that you won't play into drama.
Yeah, except I won't play in the drama. Exactly.
At least not on YouTube.
No,
so,
that's from Twitter.
Yeah, and I wondered if it comes from people's reporting things, or if it's because you're not making them what they want, or I mean, it almost sounds. Somebody told me that that's what happened to me, like I said, about 4 months ago. I tried to look into it and I really couldn't find anything on it. So, but see, right there. A lot of people don't get my notifications. People have been unsubscribed from my channel, Noel.
Yeah.
Explain that one.
I was over 4,000 subs. I had over 4,000 subs. I woke up one morning and I'm back to 38, and I've been sitting at 38.42 for like 2 months now.
I was at 10,200 roughly. I'm now down to 9,000 something. Okay, which is a lot. And that's bullshit. It happened in a very quick period of time. It was going backwards for a while. And I was seeing new people come in here that were telling me they subscribed. So explain that one to me. You know what I mean? I don't like when they mess with people. I just don't like when
that they fixed.
What's that?
That was a bug that they fixed.
Yeah, they screwed it up is what they did, because they don't fix what they did to people's channels by doing this. It's bullshit. There's people that work hard trying to do something and they don't care. They don't care. Unless you're one of them channels that's out here dramifying the whole world and making them thousands of dollars by all the drama that you're spreading, then they're okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just bullshit.
That's what
and that's why Right. And that's why I can't get in the algorithm anymore, which Noel is probably why you're not getting notifications. I haven't been in the algorithm in months because I have not been able to hit 100 likes. And if you hit 100 likes, that throws you up into that algorithm. And I was doing fine with it until that happened. Bing, bang, boom. And here I have been sitting in this, what I call a circle of injustice, going round and round in circles, like not moving. I have not gone up. I've gone up 2 or 3, and then I go right back down and back up and back down. Enough. It's crazy. And it's depressing because you work your ass off to try to do something to get somewhere and then nothing. So I get it, Mom. I'm sorry that happened to you.
It's
I really
just frustrating. It's really frustrating.
It is. It is. It wasn't you, Amy. It was what you said about something else. You're okay, Amy. Don't worry about it, dear. I misunderstood what you were stating. You're fine. I know you wouldn't say that to me. So yeah, no, I understand, Mom, and I'm sorry. It sucks. It's really, especially because you've been going live more often lately. You've been doing a lot of work, doing this, doing that, so on and so forth. Then boom. Now that's bullshit. That's so bullshit. Hey, doggy.
It's a bell. You say hi.
You're okay. You're okay, Doodle. Hey, Wiener.
Justice for Dago. No, she's not a wiener. She's a min pin. She's a miniature pincher.
I couldn't see. I'm sorry.
You just don't get to see her. See, she's not going to let me because she's not a loving dog.
I see her. There
you want to say hi? Look at the camera. You say hi? No?
She said, nope, just you. That's okay. What's happening, Mr. Monster? Craig, if he's there.
Dago said, what's happening? He's on his phone. I think he's playing Monopoly Go.
Oh,
I've
God,
heard
I
it's
got away
quite
from that.
addicting.
It is very addicting. That's why I got away from it. My wife was playing it too. All right. Here we go. Hey, Molly. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me, Mom. On we go.
After the crime, Brian goes back to his life. He was known as kind of a hard ass, hard person to get along with, very argumentative. And then after, he's kind of disheveled now. Could be that this crime affected him. The next major plot point in this case is Kohberger driving cross country with his father. Now we're at the Christmas break. Brian's going to go home. His dad flies out from Pennsylvania to Washington to take this long cross country journey. Kohberger and his dad drove in his white Hyundai Elantra from Washington State University all the way to his parents' home in the Chestnut Hill Township of Pennsylvania. That's approximately 2,531 miles of driving.
On their cross-country drive, Brian and his dad are pulled over twice within 9 minutes of each other, just outside of Indianapolis.
He's pulled over for tailgating right here in Indiana. He's let off with a warning, and 9 minutes later, he's pulled over again here in Indiana for the same exact infraction. Being too close to the car in front of him. Could be that he just wanted to get out of there as quick as possible. And he's only within a couple hours of leaving Washington. Cop pulls him over. His interaction on video seems like he's pretty calm. And then he tells him who he is. And then the cop leaves him with a warning. And then 9 minutes later, he gets pulled over for the same damn thing. The father's also interjecting. He's proud of his sons.
Coming from Washington State University. So y'all work at the university there?
Actually, PhD. Okay. But again, he's let go. These two car stops had nothing to do with the investigation. They just happened, just like the odds to get pulled over twice for the same thing, could be telling to a jury. Could be like, all right, this guy was trying to escape really quick. And he was on somebody's ass the whole time. And he does it again. That's how far he wants to get from this incident.
Do you think his dad knew at this point?
I don't think his dad knew. He's been quoted online as having a lot of respect for his father. I think he would be afraid to disappoint him.
I will never believe that those stops were not done on purpose. It's very hard to believe that they weren't. I'll just put it that way. Hey, Seema, good to see you. All right.
I just don't see how it would benefit him. Sure, confessing sometimes makes people feel better, and that's why they do it, but I don't think that's the audience for him. Let's take a closer look at some of the details of the victims.
Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were all students at the University of Idaho.
Two of the victims worked here at the Mad Greek restaurant. So in the affidavit, there is evidence that Brian had visited the Mad Greek restaurant at least twice before the murders happened. What does this tell us? Well, maybe this is his opportunity that he meets his victims. Xana.
And that, where everybody stated, and I know people are going to get mad at me, and that's okay. You guys don't have to agree with me, but it's factual information. That is where, even though it's been stated that there's no connection between him and the victims, okay, let me tell you something I do truly feel that Madeline Mogan, this girl here, was the target, the initial target of the person that did this. Who's going to bed? You going to bed, SRB? Have a good night, hon. Thank you so much for joining us today. I feel that she was the initial target. I think there was a singular target and that Maddie was it. Okay. Maddie worked there. Okay. And I don't know if it was an interest shown that was dodged. Maybe he tried to be interested in her. Good night, SRB. These are just feelings, guys, okay? Speculative theories, feelings, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, he was vegan. He went into this restaurant, like he just said, twice now. That it's known that he was in there at least twice, okay? And I feel that it's very possible, if Brian is the one, that he could have met her. She's a pretty girl. She waited on him, whatever it was, and he tried to talk to her, and she denied it. Okay, that'll piss people off. It does. Maybe it happened more than once. There, in turn, gives you reason to be angry with somebody. So they've stated there's no connection, but I still feel that that is a possibility that there was an interaction there at that restaurant, possibly. I'm not saying it's fact, so please don't take it that way. It's just a thought. That's all it is. Okay? I know a lot of people are going to say, no way, no, no, no. Okay, that's fine. I respect that. But I just feel like that is something that is possible. It truly is. On we go.
And Maddie worked at that restaurant, and maybe he was obsessed with them. So we have this connection now, or a nexus between our killer and our victims. If you didn't have that connection, it's hard to prove motive. And then from that restaurant, maybe that's how he finds out their social media accounts. He finds Maddie, and then who are they friends with? Who else do they live with? Befriends them as well. And now he's got insight. He's got eyes inside that crime scene. What does that room look like? What does that house look like? What's the layout? As well as possibly doing reconnaissance, driving there, looking at these bedrooms, comparing them to photographs from social media. That's what an organized killer would do. In the autopsy reports, you have multiple puncture wounds, lacerations. One victim said had more than another. That could be the intended target. Who knows? Maybe that's just someone that was fighting more. One of the victims, of the four of them, had defensive wounds. That means that they have their hands out. They're trying to defend themselves, and they have injuries to those hands or arms. I wouldn't be surprised if the defensive wounds were either on Xana.
And that's a very good, that's what I'm saying, Bobby. It could have been anybody, but if it was him, there is, in my opinion, the only connection that they are able to make between him and them. Okay. That's all I'm saying. As a possibility, but you are absolutely right. It could have been anybody else that went into that restaurant. Early on, I don't know if you guys remember this, okay? There was talk about a guy that worked, I don't know if he owned it or if he worked for a bakery, okay? That his parents have a farm that's in the same direction that the route was taken by Kohberger on. And I can't remember what the hell the guy's name was. It was very early on, but he was brought into question because he was a regular in there. And it was stated that he was kind of obnoxiously flirty, for lack of better terms, rudely flirty with some of the girls that worked there. Inappropriate. There we go. So it made me wonder about that then. Right, Josie. Absolutely right. 100%. So there is that possibility. They never talked about this guy again. Nobody ever did that I ever heard of. That's why I can't remember his name. And he was, I think he was a Marine, used to be maybe. And that's a good point too there. Like Bobby said, and like Doodle's saying now, anybody, they were all, the girls involved, all the kids, they were all very attractive kids. Okay. Every one of them. So at least on the female side of it, you know, any guy could have been very, very much obsessed with them at that aspect too. Just saying.
Or Ethan, because they maybe have heard someone's in a house, and then now they're in the pathway of the killer leaving. Let's map out the investigation. So the victims lived here.
Kohberger's phone was tracked heading to Moscow before the attacks, but was turned off between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m.
Most crimes are not planned and plotted. So you don't think I'm going to turn my cell phone off and I'm going to kill this person, because it just happens. You know, it's an argument that escalates, it's something stupid. Most crimes are not planned by organized killers. But for someone that's going to come up with a game plan, someone that's going to stalk somebody, they're going to think my cell phone could be linking me to that crime scene. I'm going to turn it off. According to an affidavit, Kohberger's phone was in the area of the crime scene on 12 different locations prior to the murder. Most of these instances in the middle of the night. That is certainly something that is going to weigh heavy on the minds of the jury. Does that mean he killed them? No, it just means that he was there before. The prosecution is going to put their slant on it, saying this is him doing his stalking. This is him coming up with his game plan, observing the crimes.
Exactly, Bobby. Exactly. And that's exactly what I'm doing too. Same thing. We can talk about this all the time. We can look at different aspects of it because people want to, and I understand that's why we're doing it. But I will not make a decision until I see the trial and I see, unless somebody comes out tomorrow with some ridiculous, crazy kind of new information that changes everything up. I won't make a decision until I see the trial and get all of it put in front of me. That's when I'll make that decision.
Scene before he gets there, knowing which door he's going to enter, which door he's going to exit, where does my victim live? Defense is going to say, hey, this guy, he likes to drive around at night because he likes to go watch the stars. And these towns are close. They're 8.5 miles away. So why not drive there? They could probably bring up him.
Yes, Doodle, I do remember. See, there was so much stuff that was said right off the bat, right in the very beginning, all sorts of stuff that you've never heard again. And yes, remember the reporter that was getting threatening emails right before this? Yes, there was that too. I do remember those things too. Thank you, Phil, for posting that. Or Mom for posting that. Sorry. Lord. For Phil. Jesus, I can't think straight anymore. Anyway,
Phil
moving
asked
on.
for it.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you for giving that to Phil. That's what I was trying to say.
No
Sorry.
worries.
You're right. 100%, Doodle. I agree with you. That's what happened in a lot of senses.
We need
Now
a
we are
spreadsheet.
to a pick of the. You know what? I need a whiteboard too, you guys. I'm really thinking about getting one. And she didn't recognize him, right? What are you asking, Noelle? Hold on. Sorry, guys. Let me back up to where she said what she said first. I'm trying to keep up with you guys. In my opinion, they were supposed to kidnap Farfetch, but they dodged that because they got sick. Okay. I remember the pool party. Hey, CJ. Thank you for joining us. Some of that is very true, Doodle. Some of that stuff has happened from the very beginning. Very true. Before the coin's tossed, we don't know if it's heads or tails. This is a very good point. Thank you, Bobby. It's good to have you here, Bobby. Again, thank you for joining us tonight.
I'm driving around at the same time of night in another location. It all has to do with how it's presented to the jury and how they're going to interpret it.
In addition to those 12 times, cell phone data revealed Kohberger's phone back at the
Damn, Doodle, you got a good memory. You're right. That is where that came from. I do agree. I think that is where that came from. What's her name, Mom? That psychic, Donna.
Reverend Donna.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's right, Doodle. That is who it was. Hey, Barb. Good to see you tonight, dear. Absolutely. Thank you.
I'm not going down the psychic route, but
No,
she
I
has
don't either.
right before.
She was Donna Serafina. That's her name. Thank you, Matahari. Yeah, she didn't. She called something in a ballot case, right?
Yeah, she solved the case as far as I'm concerned.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
And again,
I'm not too big to say I've reached out to her about cases before.
Right. I don't typically follow the psychic thing, but Mom's right. She did, do that. So there is that.
Yes, she did. If it hadn't been for her, those babies would still be where they were.
Yeah.
And
So
I stand on that hill.
very, very early on, I want to say like within the first 2 weeks, she told this whole story about this bakery guy. We looked into him. Okay. And he did kind of fit a profile that would match up to this situation, guys. I'm just saying. Okay. And after that, right there, in the Valos situation, that was, and yeah, she was right about Gabby Petito too. I remember that. So it's everything's worth listening to, guys. Okay, you don't,
and you have to take into effect that the FBI has been using mediums for 100 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know some of us don't agree with the ABC agencies, but I have to keep an open mind, because if you don't keep an open mind and something like that happens,
yep,
and you're sitting back and you're thinking, damn, maybe shoulda, coulda. Huh.
That's why I am the way I am with this case, because, like I said, I want Brian to be the one that did it. Because then everything will make sense. Then I can believe in law enforcement. They did the job. They did this. They did that. Everybody did everything right. And the man's been in jail for a reason. But again, you don't know yet. And that guy, I was really stuck on that guy because he fit every bit of this. Then the guy was a big dude. The guy was a little crazy, from my understanding, a little bit of everything when we looked into his background and stuff like that. Bagel guy in front of the church. I think that was, yeah, the bagels is what it was all about. So yes. Just saying. Just saying. And not to say that he was the only one. Okay. That's all. What happened at Thanksgiving? What are you talking about, Tanel? Did I miss something? I know, Amy. I know. That's one of the questions I have. So, all right, on we go.
The crime scene at 9 a.m. the morning following the murders.
Some investigators, if they're smart and experienced, if you have that crime scene tape up, you have a crowd on the other side of the tape, you surreptitiously take your phone and start taking photographs, because sometimes the killer's there. And that could be for a couple of different reasons. It could be they're curious to see where the investigation's at. You know, so over here, the detectives saying they have this or that, or don't have this or that. It could be a perverse pleasure you get from revisiting that crime scene. Or it could be, in this case, that the killer realized that they left a key piece of forensic evidence inside that house. And maybe they wanted to go back into the house to retrieve it. Here's what they found inside the house. Investigators found a knife sheath on the 3rd floor next to Madison. So how do you leave that behind if your intended target lives in that one bedroom? You take your knife out, you put down the sheath, you start stabbing that person. Maybe during an act, they roll away from you and they roll on top of that. And now you have another person that starts waking up, that your attention is drawn to them. You start stabbing them. You've now forgotten about that knife sheath. And now you hear someone downstairs. That's someone else that is drawing your attention away from that evidence that you're leaving behind.
The Idaho State Lab found a single source of male DNA on the button snap of the knife sheath.
They recover unknown male DNA. That unknown male DNA is then first compared to anyone that had legal access. Does it belong to one of the victims, to someone who was the boyfriend of one of these people? And it doesn't match any of those people. They take that generated male DNA profile and they put it into one of these commercial DNA websites. And what these websites do is they may say that you're 23% Italian, whatever they're going to tell you, but also what they tell you is who you're related to. From that, investigators will get some more information. A genealogist will look at this data and they start building out these genetic DNA trees from there. Who's related to who? We get a hit to someone it can be related to. One of these people is Brian Kohberger's father. They get a warrant. They start surveilling the house where Brian Kohberger's family lives in Pennsylvania, and they start going through that trash. And now we have this definitive match that it's someone related, and now they have probable cause to arrest Brian Kohberger. They do a cheek sample from inside of his mouth, and now we have a match to the DNA that's from that knife sheath. It's time to look at the arrest and the trial. Kohberger was arrested at his family's home on December 30th. So 6 weeks after the murder, Brian Kohberger is arrested. This is actually a good amount of time. This is not like a super fast investigation where they rush things and they missed a bunch of stuff. They took their time. They made sure they got the right person, it seems, and they went through all the steps not to get this evidence thrown out in court. Because that's the last thing you want to do, is just collect something. You went through all this trouble to collect it, and then it's not allowed to be used as evidence in court because, improper procedure, or you needed a warrant and didn't have one. He first appeared in court on January 3rd in Monroe County, Pennsylvania.
The next day, on January 4th, Kohberger was extradited from Pennsylvania to Idaho. He's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder as well as a felony burglary charge.
So in court, he's asked to plead guilty or innocent, and he does not put in a plea.
Do you understand the charge in count 2, murder in the first degree? Yes.
Your Honor, we will be standing aside.
This is not normal, but this does happen. So in these cases now in modern time, the judge will put in a plea of not guilty for you.
Because Mr. Kohberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge.
They can't put it in a guilty plea for you. The judge can't do that. Basically saying, hey, listen, you didn't put in a guilty plea or not guilty plea, but we're going to have a trial and we'll figure out what happened. The trial will be held here in Boise, Idaho, about 6 hours away from the crime scene.
Bryan Kohberger's trial is scheduled to start on August 11th, 2025, following jury selection. Additionally, a gag order was placed on investigators and lawyers involved with the case.
So the gag order is for the trial in general. It's the judge who doesn't want to have a mistrial here. They don't want to have legal standing from the defense to say, oh, my client was convicted because something was done improper. So they want to make sure everything is done properly. They want to give that defense as much time as possible to go over the evidence. That's why this is taking so long. The trial's set for August of 2025. Originally, the initial dates were like 2 years ago.
In late 2024, Kohberger's attorneys submitted a motion to eliminate certain pieces of evidence from the case. Among those pieces of evidence is their client's genetic information linked to the knife sheath.
If we lose the DNA from the sheath, anything else that comes after that can't be brought into court. So let's say that you collected evidence illegally. Anything else you learn from that point on can't be used in court. This is called the fruits of the poisonous tree. Because the tree is poisoned, anything you get from that tree is also poison. Recently, there has been arguments about the collection of the trash, which identifies his father, which gives probable cause to arrest Bryan, and then to collect DNA and match to the knife sheath. Now, if I can get out that garbage, if that can't show up to trial, I can't make the connection to the father. I don't have probable cause to get DNA from Bryan to connect it to the knife sheath. So that isn't brought into court. So there's an example of the poisonous tree and the fruit that comes from that tree. Kohberger is currently being held here at the Ada County Jail. So Bryan Kohberger is remanded to custody without a bond. That is very common in cases like this, but most cases are not as severe. They're not as violent. You don't have this flight risk, so you get bond. But you have very violent crime, a lot of media attention. You have a flight risk. The person may be a danger to the community. In those cases, you got to stay in jail to your trial. One year after the murders, 1122 King Road was demolished. It was a reminder of what happened and trauma to the students that were still going to school there. They could see this house every day. So this is the judge's decision to say, okay, we don't plan on going back. But that then becomes a conversation with the prosecution and the defense. Both sides agree that we're not going to bring the jury back to this crime scene. The college could do what they want with it.
I don't think it was a bad decision because we have that crime scene locked down, memorialized forever in so many different ways. This scene is documented through thousands of photographs, video, and laser scan technology, where you could go in and you could virtually walk someone through that scene to show every aspect of that house. So it's not gone. We still have it, just in other forms.
On November 30th, a candlelight vigil was held for the victims. Grieving family and classmates gathered here at the University of Idaho campus. I will go on a record. I'll say that I think he did it. Yes, there's a lot of evidence. If Bryan Kohberger is the killer, this is someone who studied criminology, that they had intimate knowledge of how to try to get away with a crime and did a terrible job at it, left key evidence behind. Will he get convicted? I don't know. Am I right? I don't know. I don't know what the prosecution has and what the defense has. Sometimes these cases are won or lost during jury selection. I had a case where I thought we had all the evidence in the world to convict someone of murder, and the jury didn't think so. Yeah, you may be sure that you think this person did it, but you may not be convicted criminally in a trial.
Kohberger's defense team has sought to remove the death penalty as a possible punishment should he be convicted. Their motions were denied by an Ada County court judge. Kohberger's trial is set to begin August 11th, 2025.
And boy, I cannot wait for that. I'm telling you, to get this done and over with. For sure. What the hell? Oh, okay. I think that was all. Let me check and see what else, if anybody sent to me. Make sure that I've cleared it all. Okay. What? Blood evidence inside. Oh, Chris, get over it. Good God. So. Chris McDonough. You still here, Mom?
Yes.
All right.
I heard Chris McDumbass. I'm still here.
Yeah, he did a video. It's blood evidence inside the student Idaho murders that he did on Brian Kohberger. I'm like, okay, Chris, stop talking. I don't see anything else that anybody sent me. Nobody else wants to join me. What are you saying, Mom? What were you
I
saying?
can't with that man.
Huh?
I can't with that man.
McDing Dong. I don't either. Can't.
Yep.
I can't.
I can't
Can't.
with him.
I can't stand
no,
him.
thank you.
Can't stand him. Nope. Is Brian Kohberger cutting a deal? What? Shut your mouth. I don't think so. What is this? Hold on. Oh, I've watched this guy before. So this guy must think that he's cutting a deal. That I'm curious about. Hold on. Let's see why he thinks that. And then we'll move on, I guess. Because nobody sent me anything else. Let's see what this dude's saying real quick.
Let's get straight to the docket today. First, I told you the defense is trying to cut a deal in the case of Brian Kohberger. Karen Reed's attorneys continue to battle for a dismissal in her case. Ashley Benefield gets to find out where she gets to reside during her appeal. A man gets 475 years for dogfighting and animal cruelty. A weird twist in a suspicious death case in Louisiana. The teacher of the year in California takes a plea deal. I bet you can guess for what. We have this day in legal history and our dumb criminal of the day. Let's talk about it.
All right, lawyer. What are we talking about here, Noel? Won't BT get fired for the Brady? Who's BT? Remind me, please. Miss Noel. Who's BT, Mom? You have any idea?
What? Won't BT get fired for Brady? Bluetooth?
No. It has to be a person. Oh, Bill Thompson. I don't. There wasn't Brady violations with Bill. I don't believe. I think they tried to call prosecutorial misconduct, and they never proved it. If it's Bill Thompson that we're talking about. IGG doesn't necessarily eliminate reasonable doubt in a juror's mind. It only takes one juror to have doubts. Okay. And all I'm hoping with this, that's what I figured you were talking about, Noel. I don't believe that that's going to happen because I don't believe that that's what that came down to be. Now, I think that if he'd have done something that they had pulled that way out already and something would have happened. There was actually prosecutorial misconduct. I don't think they were able to prove that is the problem. But again, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Now, one thing I do hope for, because we saw what happened in Delphi, I hope that this jury gets to see and hear everything. I hope that it's not just specific things that are put out there, which I don't think that's going to happen with this. I don't. Delphi was a whole different animal, okay? And it was a big mess. What's up, Leslie? Let's hear a funny one. Anything funny is good to me. Oh, on another case. That I don't know about, Noel. I do not know about that. I'm sorry. Bill says there are many Brady issues to be settled, yet Bill Thompson is still the lead attorney for the rest prosecution. Okay. See, I don't know all that stuff yet. And that's why I thought he was retiring. Bobby just said he's retiring. This was his last case. Like, this was it, his last hurrah, from my understanding. So maybe he's not worried. Well, if he gets fired, though, doesn't he lose his pension, though, Bobby? I would think.
It might depend.
I don't know. If IGG is out, defense can tell the jury that it's the only thing that linked BK to the crime. I don't know.
But us as the public, like what we tend to forget when we get into these cases, and especially when you become obsessed with a case, or it's like the case that you just can't get off your mind. You go to sleep, you wake up thinking about that case. Is as the public, we don't know everything they have.
That's true.
We don't know everything they have because they're not required to tell us anything. They're not required to do. They could seal every damn thing until the trial.
Let's see, that's weird too. They sealed, then unsealed, and now recently I believe they've resealed stuff.
Well,
so there's that.
You have to look at the difference in the judges too. You got the judge that was sucking Ann Taylor's ass, and now this guy's an actually real judge.
Mm-hmm. Today, someone said that DM had seen two guys going up the stairs and that they were there for a while, and then she heard one guy playing with Murphy, and then she left. And then she left with all four. Whoever two guys. There's so many things being said out there, Leslie. It's ridiculous. It really is. All right, let's hear this real quick, and then.
Good day, Crime Talk aficionados. My name is Scott Reich, and this is Crime Talk. Thanks for joining us. You know the drill. Subscribe if you haven't, like if you do, leave me a comment below, hit that bell for notifications, and yes, you can check us out as well on any of your favorite podcasting apps. And let's talk about crimetalksearch.com. Go there today, sign up for that background subscription service, because when you do, you can do as many background searches on any matter. I said, I believe that behind the scenes, the defense is going into mitigation mode and they're trying to cut a deal. And that deal would probably include pleading guilty to all 4 counts in the Brian Kohberger case.
Okay, here's the deal, though. They've already claimed and stated that if they will not take the death penalty off the table. So let's say, for instance, that he's going to go in to do this. That would be the only thing that they would be doing by cutting a deal, is to try to get the death penalty off the table, in my opinion. That's the only thing that could be gained from that. And I don't see that happening. I just don't. Not at this point.
Isn't cutting a deal admitting your guilt?
That's what he would have to do, is he would have to plead guilty, like he was just starting to say. I'll play it in a minute. To all 4 murders. I know that. But still, it's true. It's true, though. It's true. He would have to admit to killing all 4 of the students, okay? Period. And then that would be the only way that a deal would be accepted, in my opinion. And the only deal that they could come to at this point would be taking the death penalty off the table at this juncture. That's my opinion, of course. And I don't see that happening. I don't see them saying, okay, we can do that. Even though Bill Thompson is known as the deal maker. I don't see that, because I think that would have been done already at this point. That's, again, my opinion. I don't know.
Case as well as the burglary count. In exchange, the state would drop the death penalty. Now, you may say, Scott, what has changed your mind about that now? Well, first, we know that there are a couple of things. We know, obviously, Brian Kohberger is the suspect in the quadruple murder for the University of Idaho students, right? And we know that he has a trial coming up this spring and summer. And we know that the judge has denied many and is going to deny more motions against the defense. And so now the defense, things are getting serious. They either have to start seriously going into trial preparation mode, and they also are in the mode of trying to cut a deal. What is the deal? Usually in death penalty cases, it's save my client's life. That's what the goal is. Yes, you would love to win the case, but that is a big table that you have to run to get there. Very, very difficult because the evidence is usually pretty significant if the state feels they are going to go with the death penalty. And so how do we know that that could be taking place? Well, we know for a couple of reasons. And the first one is, obviously, first reason is that what I just mentioned, things are getting serious now. But second, there is a protective order. And a protective order is an agreement or an order by the court saying very limited people, and it normally involves the attorneys on both sides and any investigators or professionals engaged in the case on both sides, gets to have access to certain things, and that they cannot disseminate that information to any party that's not directly involved in the case. So the protective order says you must not reveal this information. If you do, you can be subject to contempt. And what do we know? The judge unsealed a protective order in this particular case, even though it was originally sealed. The judge basically said that there's no compelling basis to keep this protective order in and of itself sealed. Now, understand the contents of the records of the protective order are going to remain confidential, and that's fine. But what we do know is these are mental health records that were initially handed over on January 9th of this year, almost 2 months after Judge Stephen Hippler ruled that Brian Kohberger can face the death penalty. So why would the defense be turning that over?
I'll check it out, Amy. I promise I will.
Once again, mitigation. Here's all the reasons. Look at my client's mental health history. Here's issues maybe family has had. Something's not wired right. Somebody's broken. Please consider this. Take the death penalty off the table. Or the second reason is defense experts are going to rely upon this, and they have to turn this information over to the prosecution because it forms the basis of their opinion, whether it's for the defense case in chief or ultimately for mitigation if it gets to sentencing. I do believe it is for mitigation purposes.
Mom, check back chat, please.
We'll have to wait and see. Like I've said in the past, I've only done one death penalty case, and frankly, we got them to take death off the table. So it can be done, but it's a mitigation mode. You're saying, spare my client's life. You can't get a death penalty because of all this mitigation. So let's just cut to the chase. Either take it off the table completely or let us plead guilty to the charges and take the death penalty off the case. This is why it's so important for the courts to disclose this information. I understand there's a reason.
Bobby says if BK is guilty, I don't see him agreeing to spend the rest of his life in prison. If he's the person the state is making him out to be, he would want to go down in history as the firing squad victim. And that makes sense, Bobby. It does. Absolutely. Absolutely does. Hey, Brian. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you, Brian.
To keep certain records private, but we should know, the world should know what is taking place, and then we can figure out what it actually means, which is going on in the case. The public has a right to know. So nice job for the judge allowing this protective order to be unsealed. Next on the docket, Karen Reed's attorneys are continuing to fight to have her.
Well, there's that, and that does make some sense what he's saying. The guy's an attorney, so he can read the stuff based on what he's watching, and it makes sense. I just don't see it. That maybe it's me. I don't know. I don't see the prosecution making a deal on this. And I don't know. I can't read Ann Taylor. I can't read the defense on whether or not they want to do that. That's just, it's hard to tell. So, let me see here. Okay. Let me move this out the way. So, uh-oh. I don't see any other updates on this. Now, I will pull up. One moment. Okay, Mom. Oh, Lord. What? Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, interesting. Of course, this guy. I think Ann Taylor's doing what her client wants, all or nothing, making them prove it. Interesting. Okay. So, shocking new details raise questions about eyewitnesses to Kohberger, Idaho murders. With guess who? Howard Blum. I don't know about that, guys. Let's see what they say real quick. I'm not a fan of Bloom, so sorry to anybody that is.
Right? Who is let's get to Dylan Mortensen, right? Who is the eyewitness. He went in the middle of the night. He killed 4 roommates, but there was one roommate. There's another roommate who wasn't there, and there was this roommate, Dylan, shown here. And she is what they called an eyewitness in the affidavit. She said she saw a man of medium build with bushy eyebrows wearing like a COVID mask that they made eye.
Everybody said Swamp Rose came. I don't see you. Is she here? Ah, there she is. Hi, Diego. I chat. I'm listening in the background. Phyllis. Oh, well, welcome, Swamp Rose. Thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. Again, by the way, guys, I did open this up earlier for an open panel. Obviously, everybody must think I stink because nobody joined. So it is still there, pinned in the chat if anybody would like to join us. Thank you for joining us, Swamp Rose. Appreciate you very much. No. Okay.
Eye contact with one another. She was frozen in a frozen shock phase. And he went by her. She went back into her room. She locked the door. She stayed in her room until almost noon the next day as her roommates were bleeding to death. No one can understand the decision making, but no one's been in such a situation. I don't understand what happened with Dylan. No one does. But talk about like your witness collapsing. She may not even be able to give the prosecution what I just said.
Exactly. What happened was what you related was happened in the first interview the police had with Dylan. Over that week and the next week that followed, there were 3 more interviews. Those 3 interviews, she seemed to change her story. She said that perhaps it was sort of a dream she was seeing. She couldn't be sure. Then she
That's a good point, Bobby. I can agree with that. Truly.
Said that one of the victims had gone down the stairs, and that wasn't possible because the victim had died in her bed. And then she admitted finally that she was just too drunk. That too drunk was the words that Ann Taylor used to come to any reasonable consideration of what happened that night. And then finally, on the fourth interview, just before they were going to arrest Kohberger in Pennsylvania, the Idaho cops showed her a picture of Kohberger and asked, "Can you identify him?" And she said, "No, I can't." And that really weakens her use as a witness, between being too drunk, between saying that she might have been dreaming the whole thing, and then not being able to identify the photograph. Well, the prosecution's big witness I don't even know if she'll testify at the trial.
I don't know if she will either. And that may have been the point of her changing her testimony. Like, picture a scenario in which she's just too terrified to sit in a courtroom across from this guy. And
okay, but she can't do that though. If she's subpoenaed to testify in a case like this, she can't change her mind. I mean, am I wrong? Somebody help me here. I don't believe that's possible.
If she's subpoenaed, are you saying she just says, "Oh no, I got to go to the tanning bed. I can't go to court"?
I don't feel like doing it right now.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
That's contempt.
100%. So you can't just go and say, no, I'm not comfortable now, so on and so forth, which is why they're saying why she may have changed her statement now. Okay, but you're still going to be forced to testify. You're the key witness in a murder trial. How do you not testify? That doesn't make sense to me.
I'd get hostile witness.
Yeah, I mean, 100%, in my opinion. So, I don't know. That's weird. That's just weird. Sorry.
Also in front of the public, which, I mean, she didn't have anything to do with these crimes. It's just, there's a fair amount of like, what kind of a person would go back into their room and not call 911 after, she's saying she's so afraid of this person, she went into shock. It's just hard to understand. I'm not trying to be unforgiving toward her, but
I don't
maybe
want
that's what's happening.
Pugn her character. I mean, who knows what's going on in anyone's mind? But not only does she not call the police for 8 hours, the first people she calls are not an ambulance, not the police, but she calls fraternity people to come to the house. They come and they call the police.
And they are the ones we believe now, Howard, who found the bodies?
Yes. There's a new video that's just was released last week, and you can see Ethan's twin brother. There actually were triplets sitting outside the house the moment when the police arrived, and he's wearing a pink sweatshirt sitting by a dumpster with his head in his hands. It's a very poignant video.
Wow. So because that was always one of the big mysteries, that it was somebody else. It wasn't Dylan who called 911 when ultimately the authorities were called, and we didn't know who it was. But now we believe it was the fraternity brothers who she called to come over to the house.
Yes, the actual fraternity brother who made the call was Ethan's best friend. And the police have never released that 911 call. I imagine it will be played at the trial.
Guys, please jump over, and here's a link here to Swamp Rose's channel. Check it out if you would. Subscribe and hit the notification bell. Very much appreciated. I thank you for joining us today or tonight, Swamp Rose. I appreciate it very much, actually. But if you guys would check it out, it's another channel. You can't go wrong. Thank you so much.
That is unbelievable. So she is saying she doesn't know if she actually saw him or if it was her mind playing with her. She conceded that she had a lot to drink and was too inebriated to remember anything that happened that night with any authority. And when they showed her a photo of Kohberger after the fact, she failed to identify him as the intruder she had seen. These are terrible facts.
Not a very good witness.
Okay, but how did she show him to her? Did she show him, or did they show him to her like we see him? Or did they put a mask on him and cover this up like she claims that she saw him in the PCA? How did she try to identify him? That's my question. That's what I'm asking, because if that's what's right, that's in the PCA, that's how she identified the person that was there. Am I wrong? Is that not how you would look at this person and try to identify them? I'm just saying that would make sense to me. That's all. You can't really say this is the guy if he had a mask on, it was dark, and all you saw was this. Well, of course, come on. That doesn't make sense, guys. It just, in my opinion, at least, it doesn't make sense. And if she still said, no, I don't, that's not him, then there's a problem. You know what I mean?
No, she's not going to be helpful at all. And it's unfortunate. Their case doesn't rise or fall on her, but boy, you'd much rather have her say, I'll never forget those bushy eyebrows.
And see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was figuring too, Bobby. That's how you have to do it. In turn, she didn't see him that way, so she doesn't know. That's not going to work. It's not going to make any sense. She didn't see him without a mask. She didn't see him in the broad daylight. She didn't see him that way, so she's not going to be able to identify him, period. I don't know. That's weird to me that they would say that.
And if I see those eyes again, I'll know them. And then say, there they are, right there at defense table.
Right. And what's making all these doubts about the case have even more weight, there's a bill that's just been introduced in the Idaho legislature. It was at the beginning of January, where right now the death penalty is administered through a chemical injection. And then if the chemicals aren't available, then there is a firing squad. Well, the Idaho new bill wants to get rid of the chemical injections and just make it a firing squad.
Wow.
So they want to, they are demanding their pound of flesh in a sense. And that's going to weigh on the jury too, I think.
We continue to face uncertainty.
Okay, so that's their thoughts on this. Does anybody have anything else on this they want to discuss? That's what we're here for. If not, we can move on to another topic if you guys would like to. I am going to be doing part 2 of the show I did last week, I think it was. Or week before. I can't remember. I'm losing time all the time, you guys. But I would like to do the second half of that. And I'm telling you, I really, really do want. I really want some people to join us that absolutely feel that Brian's guilty to discuss that. We don't have a lot of people that do that will comment and say, this is why I feel this way. This is what I think it is. This is what it is. We can do that. And it can be okay, you guys. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I would love to talk to people that have strong feelings about him being guilty. And I can tell you that nobody's going to be attacked because I won't put up with it. It's just not fair. Everybody has the right to their own feelings, thoughts, and that's just all there is to it. So, and then this guy talked poop. No deal out there anyway. It's misleading, like all news crap, and that's most of what has happened. Do we know anyone on that side? Jeff would definitely have an argument with me for sure. I haven't seen Jeff in a while. Oh, that's right. He got mad about something. I forgot. Let me see. I don't think that will affect the jury. The rules of the death penalty in place at the time of the crime are the rules that will apply if convicted. Good point, Bobby. Thank you. Nobody wants to join us tonight, Mom. It must be me. It's not you. It's got to be me.
It's all right.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm a lone wolf. Sit up here and eat my strawberry candies.
You know, every time you come up here, I crave those when you're up here. It's almost like I can actually almost smell it. No. Don't apologize. I can almost smell them because my aunt used to have them all the time and I loved them. But I don't eat. If I could find them sugar free, I'd have tons of them. But I won't eat the sugar, so.
I'll look the next time I buy them and see if they have them sugar free.
If they do, let me know because I would definitely grab some. They can't be that bad sugar. I found sugar free butterscotch, which I love, and they don't taste that much different. So. What are we talking about? Oh, the dog. Okay. All right. Let's see what else we got rolling in here. Did we have any news? I'm sorry.
Whose dog? Murphy?
Brian's. I think Brian.
Oh, Brian's dog.
You're welcome to join
Ladies
us, Swamp
dog.
Rose, if you'd like to. I would be honored if you want to join, of course. You want me to tell you what I want, what I really, really want, Leslie? Is that what you were trying to get me to do?
Oh, sorry. Do you want to see my shirt?
If you want to be my blubber, sure.
You have to see my shirt, Dago.
Let me see your shirt.
Look at my shirt. I'm so glad it's warm again, but he keeps the AC like we're breeding penguins around here. I don't know.
Is that a squatch?
I have to look at my belly.
I can't read it. I see the squatch.
Get down, Bella.
Bye, doggy.
It says believe in yourself even when nobody else does.
I've seen that shirt before. Was that new?
Yeah, I got that for Christmas.
I like that
It's my
shirt.
Bigfoot earrings. My little Bigfoots.
That's cute. Love it, love it. That's the facts right there. Nobody should be attacked for an opinion. It just shouldn't happen. Okay, we're allowed to have strong feelings about things, guys. We truly are. I do. You don't attack people for having an opinion. That's just ridiculous. That's that. Have we heard anything new? I don't think we will. Not tonight. About the Boswell trial. Is there any news yet, Doodle? I'm sure you're on top of that. I don't think there'll be an answer tonight, or we would have had it earlier.
They sent them back to the hotel.
Okay, so then there wasn't going to be.
Yeah, that's a done for the day kind of thing.
Okay, I didn't know because I stepped away when Doodle was still up there, and I came back and everybody left me. They said, "Peace, bye, we're out." So tomorrow it will be. It will be guilty as charged on all counts, and you're buried into the jail. Oh, wait, maybe. I don't know.
I support this message.
I do too. I hope so. Walt Harris in the house. What's happening, brother?
Make sure that's him.
That's him. I've seen Walt. All of those plants right there are him. See, those are all little Walts right there.
Oh, hello, little Walt. What the hell is going on?
I like your window, Walt.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to just how do I just talk without having my thing out. I don't know.
Just hit stop cam at the bottom. I can take you back down until you're ready. There you go. Thank you for joining us, sir. How are you this evening?
Yourself?
I'm wonderful. As always, I got Mom here next to me. Now I got you joining us, which is different. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Good to have you here. What do you think about all this mess, sir?
Are we still talking about Kohberger?
Whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Open discussion.
I mean, yeah, I the whole Kohberger thing, it's just, I don't know. To me, it's just, there's no new evidence, so it's kind of, not that it's good to talk about it still, but I just don't see how you'd be able to frame this guy. He was kind of like an unknown character.
That's what I was saying earlier. I agree. Your statement earlier means a lot. That was a good, strong statement, too. it would be so much easier, in my opinion. I agree. Knowing that we have how many people, and I'm not saying I'm not going either way, but your statement meant a lot to me. You got all these.
I don't know. It seems like we just got a lot of that going. It seems like we just got a lot of that going on where, it's just people kind of going off the deep end, trying to, have it not be him. Obviously, hey, if he didn't do it, that's fine. Hopefully, they'll prove that out during court. Yeah. There just isn't enough evidence to make a leap that he didn't do it based upon anything that I've seen.
Right. And for them, my problem is I can't figure out a reason why they would go after him. I cannot believe that all of these agencies would work together to frame this one guy when, like you said, there's how many frat guys that could have so much easier to frame if you're going to do something like that. You know what I mean? And it would make more sense. It'd be easier to put them away with probably DNA that could be found anywhere. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. That's all. I don't know. I don't know everything. None of us do. So I don't know. It's an interesting thought. The statement was an interesting statement. I appreciated that. I can't imagine four full law enforcement agencies coming together and framing one guy. It's just hard to accept, but I still am not comfortable with him being the one because they haven't shown me anything I'm comfortable enough with. Do you know what I mean?
I don't like the fact that there's no blood evidence in the car. I mean, that continue to go back to that. And that's the only thing that would be the somewhat of a reasonable doubt in my mind, is that there was no blood evidence found. At least that they've let us know about. That could be under seal that we don't know. But I mean, because that's kind of an impossible thing. I don't know how you would even do that if you went and unalived 4 people in the manner that he did and not have any kind of blood evidence in his car. It just doesn't make sense.
I agree. I do. I agree. And a lot of people say we haven't seen everything yet. We don't know what they have, so on and so forth. I agree with that. I know that. We're going to see it all at trial, I hope. The problem with this is I can't imagine they would hold back something that they know could hammer this guy down and wait till the very last minute to put it out there. That's what I don't understand.
I mean, the only thing that I can think of is maybe they were trying. I mean, this is again rudimentary. It's probably not really true, but how else were they going to try to make it seem like he couldn't get a fair? He's not going to be able to get a fair trial if they're like, "Hey, here's his receipt that he bought the gun." You know what I'm saying? Maybe they have to withhold some, so he at least has some semblance of a fair trial. I don't know.
Right. And that's kind of what my thought was too, Tanel. I don't believe there's gonna be. Twist says that at the Franks and Taylor gets to take gloves off and say everything. Right. If that's approved. I haven't seen that yet, so I don't know. And if she does, then oh boy, what's she gonna say? Okay. Is it gonna open the door to everything? Or what's the deal? And if that does get approved, then everything's unsealed. She's allowed to talk about it all. As far as that goes, that's what that means. So I'm interested. I hope it does get approved for that reason. But it still isn't, in my opinion, gonna, unless that's where everything comes out right there. But then at the same time, you got to show proof of what you're talking about. So, okay. You know what I mean? I don't know. You guys. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. I do enjoy the conversations, even though I know I'm not going to get the answers. I didn't, Twiz. Why? Is there stuff dropped? Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me look. Hold on. Let me check documents real quick. I should have done that earlier. Well, hello, Phil. I didn't know you was in there. About time. Let's see. Hang on 1 minute. 1 second, everybody. I gotta find this link again. 1 second. Bear with me. Where the heck did it go? I usually have it right there, and I didn't. I have to go messing around through a couple of things. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Nope. Wrong one. Hold on. I want to make sure. Every time I go through this, I end up grabbing the wrong link, and then I got to go back and grab the right one again. So just bear with me. Okay. Where the hell is it? Where did it go? You got to be kidding me. Doodle, do you still have the link for the documents? I can't find the damn thing again. I just had it, and now every time I go to look for it, it takes me forever. Two Deuces Techum. Really? Thank you, Doodle. Very much. I appreciate you. Discord, it's fine. The case summary, right. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I always have to look there first. All right, and I finally see you in Discord, Phil. Took long enough. Thank you so much, Doodle. I appreciate you so very much, dear. All right, here we go. I need to pin that. 1 second, guys. Let me pull all of this up here real quick. Shoot. Hold on. All right, so we have as of today, I'll show you guys so you can see it too. Under the case summary, doesn't show the actual document, but hold on. I think I showed some of you guys at the beginning when we first started covering this when I figured this out. 212, 212, 212. Subpoena. Oh, shoot. So there's, like he said, 2 deuces and 2 subpoenas. That's interesting. Be interested in it. So what do you think they are, Twiz? Just out of curiosity, what's your thought? Thank you so much again, Doodle. I appreciate you, dear. Canceled hearing. 27th is canceled. April 2nd canceled. Closed and sealed. Canceled pretrial conference. What the hell? Motion hearing April 9th and April 16th. Balance an ML or the FBI DNA person. Okay. Possible. Interesting. Well, I mean, hey. Hold on, let me back up real quick here. 1 second, guys. So we have also, just so you guys can see the actual documents that were put out today. Order extending the state's rebuttal expert deadline. And hold on. The order sealing exhibits S1 restates motion to extend the state's rebuttal. Okay, so that's that. Ashley Jennings state's motion to seal rebuttal. Okay. There's really nothing here, but what he was saying was in the case summary. Order sealing exhibit S1 restates response to defendant's 22nd supplemental request for discovery. Rebuttal expert deadline. Motion to seal exhibit. Okay. What is this? Notion do it. In notice of intent to use IRE. State intends to introduce this evidence for the purpose of proving defendant's identity, vehicle address, and phone number. This issue has been previously addressed by the court. As soon as okay, I know what that is. But that's really it. Okay. So when do you think those are going to drop that we'll know that kind of stuff? Twiz, you have any ideas? You don't think Don Daniels supplemental is huge? You keep saying that, Brian. Why do you think that? If there is a Frank's, it's most likely next Thursday. Gotcha. Okay. Why do you think that, Brian? Explain to me why. I've seen you say it a few times, so tell me why you think it's huge, bud. I respect your opinion. Why does a McDonald's chicken sandwich taste? Because they put pickles on them, Walt, which I don't like. Well, yeah, I hear you.
No, yeah, I had that going through the drive-through tonight. It was not good. I don't know why it's gonna taste like pickle. It's like a Chick-fil-A thing, but even theirs isn't like Brian. This wasn't very good.
Yeah, I'm not fond of their chicken stuff. Don Daniels said don't use the IgG for probable cause to arrest Brian, and then they use IgG for probable well, of course. We knew that. The FBI said not to use it, but they used it. So what do you think that's going to do? This is why I open up the panel so you guys can tell us these things. That's why I want to hear from you guys. If the DNA is bull. Okay. I get it. I get it. Guys, we have, let me see. We have 6 months. We got to keep our pants on for 6 months. I know it's hard, but we made it through 2.5 years, so. In my opinion, they will lose probable cause in the Franks, and BK will. I don't think he'll go free. If they're able to prove that, they still have to go through a process, Twiz. You know that. But I know what you're saying, I guess. I'm curious to see that. Yeah, I know. With what we've gone through already, 6 months is nothing if we can keep our pants on, like I said. Because everybody wants to know. Everybody wants to know. I get it. If they lose probable cause, they don't have a warrant to arrest him. They can't legally. Yeah, but don't they still have to process all that? From my understanding, I may be wrong. Where are you at, Phil? There it is. If there is any integrity to be found in the I-4, the Franks will be granted and the IGD will be out. Okay, let me ask you this then, Phil. Is that how that works? So if Twiz is right, okay, I'm not questioning you, Twiz. You know I respect you. But if this is right and that happens, don't they still have to go through some form of a hearing or something for this before he can actually be set free, per se? If that were to happen. And I mean, I have to imagine that if that's true, that they would really, really have to have something serious come out in that Frank's motion. I'm just saying. You have to have something to tell the jury, Brian says. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I hope this gets. I don't even know what to say. If they toss the IGG, they will still proceed, but they will have to work without the fruit of the. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I wouldn't imagine after all this that they would just set him free. I didn't think that they could do something like that. I know what you're saying, though, Twiz. I understand that completely. I just didn't. Oh, it's 10:22.
Panel
Okay, I'm
take
here.
over, Walt.
Let's do it. Ask me anything. Of course, I can't see the comments in chat yet, or I can.
You can't see the comment. Oh, are you on mobile?
I am. I can kind of see it.
Damn,
Can you
he's
hear me
back.
still? Yeah. Oh.
I love the shoes, Walt. Love the shoes.
Oh, those are Velcro as well. They're
I
kind
see
of
that.
dressy. Yeah.
Are they
Are
comfortable?
Are those an Amazon deal?
Yeah, they're from this company called Fitville. Are they comfortable? I would say no, but I don't think any of those shoes that have like leather like that are going to be real comfortable. I mean, they kind of look like Pee Wee Herman shoes a little bit, but they're all right.
We're
Wear
not that
pants,
old yet, Walt.
Yeah,
We don't
I
need
know. But if you wear pants, you can't see the Velcro, so it's not quite as bad.
Well, I guess that works, I guess. Okay. If they're comfortable, that's all that matters. I'd probably wear them too. I don't care if Velcro or not.
Yeah, there's like slip on. It's not bad.
Yeah, right. Without IGG, we have to validate the probable cause for arrest and how they arrive. That's the whole point right there. If the IGG is not there, what else is there? That's the whole thing I've been saying. They've already kind of like dumped everything else that they possibly had. So where do we go at that point then? That's what I don't understand. Macklemore. Bring it, Brian. This wouldn't be the first time someone was convicted without DNA evidence. In my opinion, they have way more evidence than just DNA for a death penalty. I mean, they claimed that they did Matahari, but they've thrown out a lot of stuff already. That's what I'm concerned about. I have said they wanted him to travel to PA to invoke fugitive tactics. I know. You said that, and I agree. That makes sense. The PCA is what was used to justify to arrest him. If it's gone, then he can't be under arrest. I know what you're saying too. I get it. That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm not understanding some of this. Oh my God. I don't know. This is why. What are they going to present to some jury? I really hope they do get the Franks approved. I want to see what that goes like. I do. If it's open to the public, of course. I hope it is. Anything else, Mom or Walt, you have to add tonight? I didn't realize how what time it was.
Not to Kohberger.
And about anything. I said it's an open discussion. That we just ended up in that discussion. So please speak on it. Speak on it.
Can we talk about how shitty
I'm
Pitt
glad
basketball
Megan
is?
Boswell. Shitty basketball.
Pitt basketball. I'm just kidding.
Phil and Walt and his sports. Yeah. If anybody's in here that'll talk about it, sure. And what were you saying, Mom?
I was just gonna say I'm glad to see that Megan's finally going to trial. It's not like we haven't waited 27 years for it to start.
Yeah, I still don't understand why that took 5 years to get to this point, so that they could go through the whole thing in a flipping week.
Because of the beer flu and the extensions and the motions and all the things.
Still, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And what are your, let's ask everybody that, for those of you that followed Megan Boswell's trial, I feel that it's going to be a no-brainer that guilty is charged on all accounts, and she will get life without parole. That's what I'm thinking is coming. I'm praying to God. Mom, what do you think?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
I was just saying, what does everybody think is going to happen with that? I think that it's a no-brainer. You know, I think they would have deliberated all and been done already, but they had dinner and all that stuff. So, I just think it's a no-brainer to me. I think Kimber said that earlier too. Like, you know, just say guilty and move on. But I think that's what it is, and I think that she's going to get life without parole.
So I know a lot of people aren't pro death penalty. I think it should have been a death penalty case.
I agree in that one.
On the latter end of it, I think life without parole is going to be the verdict. There's the wiener. Well, she's gone now. I think that it's a really heavy trial. Y'all can probably hear my Discord. Let me turn it off.
Yes.
So I think it's a really heavy trial, and I really thought we would have a verdict by the end of the day, but also I tend to forget that people don't do this like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And they may need a night to sleep on it. And then you have to take into effect that there might be that one juror that's leaning both ways.
Mm-hmm.
And an hour of reading from the judge.
Thank you, Taylor.
That's 3 hours that you have to catch your brain back up to the evidence that you've watched over the past 6 days.
Mm-hmm.
Because you just sit there and listen to him for an hour, which I believe could have been summed up to a smaller version. Hand them their damn books. They're all adults. They can read it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
She did it. I'm sorry. I've followed this case for years now. Like,
where are you going,
I'm
Doodle?
not new to it. Are you going to bed?
Good night, Miss Doodle.
Allegedly, man, I can't see to type night, guys.
What'd you say?
I don't know what's going on. Are you okay,
Doodle.
ma'am? Doodlebug.
Oh man, I can't see. Oh, she's tired. She's been up going all day with this, so you go to sleep.
She's not feeling good either.
I know she got that cold too. So get some rest. Please feel better. And hopefully we'll see you in the morning. I see the puppy there.
There's sweet baby. Hi, sweet baby.
Yeah, just chilling out. But have a good night, Doodle. Thank you for everything all day. You've been amazing today. I hope you get some sleep, and I hope you feel better in the morning, dear. I hope I do too, Lord. Which one is that? Walt.
Oh, sorry. That's Doug.
Doug, okay. Oh, you're okay.
He's a relatively new one.
Gotcha. No, I agree with you, Mom. I think I never once thought she didn't do it. Okay. And then after hearing how it was done, I definitely no, there's no question in my mind. So that to me, like I said, it was a no-brainer. But they have to deliberate everything, you know.
I don't like the fact that an assistant ME was called to the scene, but it's no secret how I feel about Tennessee and their ass backwards freaking procedures. I don't agree with that. I feel like she was extremely nervous on the stand.
Yeah,
I feel like she had to find her words, and I don't like that. I want an ME to get on the stand and say it with their whole chest. I don't want an ME that's going to sit there and be like, well, I'm not sure. Let me think. I don't understand the question. Come on. Like, I really didn't like that.
She was nervous. You could tell she was nervous. Yeah.
She was. I mean, and, you know, defense attorneys are going to eat that alive. You can't be a professional expert witness and act like you're ready to crawl under a rock because you're on the stand. You have to confidently get up there and say, this is the findings, this, and this is why this will not be this. You can't get on the stand and be like, well, I don't understand the question. Well, fuck, I understood the question and I'm not even on the stand.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree. And that was uncomfortable. I'll say in a situation, in a case like this, you need to be on point with that shit. You know what I mean? I agree with that. But even with that though, I have no doubts. You know, I watch these things, I watch trials, and there's things that'll give me doubts. I don't have a doubt in my mind. There was nobody that showed up in defense for her. Nobody. They had nobody, guys. They had no defense for her. All they kept trying to do was blaming it on the guy that she was dating, which we know, I think most of us feel very comfortable saying that he had nothing to do with it. Okay.
No, I mean, he had his vices, and I'm not talking about the mental health side of things. Like,
right.
He had his vices because, again, I've researched this case for 4.5 years now. Like, I have so much in my Megan Boswell file in my head, it would blow your friggin' mind. And then when I got to digging for links last night, I'd forgot about a bunch of stuff that I had. But do I think that man took that baby's life? Absolutely not. I don't think he ever laid eyes on her.
I don't.
My personal opinion, I don't think he ever saw her.
Thank you. That was my opinion too, because I don't think she ever brought her around. And then I think she was gone at a certain point when it started to get a little closer. When they started to get a little closer, I think the baby was gone at that point. So I don't think he even ever saw her. I agree with you on that too. I
don't think he ever laid eyes on that baby. And I think that defense attorney should be ashamed of himself, because he's lucky I haven't took the time to find him on Twitter yet, because I would call him out for mental health shaming. I would call him out so bad that he would be crying in a friggin' corner worse than he was to that judge yesterday.
Sure.
Because that pissed me off to no end.
Yeah, that defense attorney
absolutely infuriated me. And yelling at that jury, I'm sorry, sir. You are in a Tennessee courtroom in the middle of bumfuck Tennessee. That courtroom's about as big as this freaking area is down here. There is no reason for you to scream at me.
Somebody said they understood he was trying to get their attention, but no. Not like that.
I don't give a damn. You can use your inside voice to get people's attention. You don't have to yell. I'm not up here yelling.
Yeah.
I'm not up here yelling.
He's an idiot. Have a good night. I'm going to check that out, Amy. I promise. In fact, I'll probably, when I leave here, I'll go turn it on and watch it. I will watch it just for you. Have a good night. Thank you for joining us. Now, their defense in that case was ineffective. So if anything else, and I pray to God she doesn't, that's a good reason to appeal, because horrible counsel there, guys. I think they were horrible. So I hope she doesn't, though.
She's the one that pitched a fit 3 years ago about her and her lawyer not getting along. You know? So I don't want to hear shit out of her. And you know she's going to appeal, because anybody that's ever spent any time in prison, you're not just going to sit there in prison. You're going to appeal. You're going to go to appellate court. You're going to push for that appeal.
Right.
Do I think it's going to happen? No. No.
Oh,
And a
I
lot of
don't.
people keep comparing this case to Kathy Anthony. Let me tell you what, this is not Florida. You're talking about Tennessee, where people have morals.
Mm-hmm. As compared to Florida, right?
Yeah, people don't got morals down here. Ain't a damn soul down here got morals. I tell you
Yeah,
right now.
I get it. I get it. I just, like I
In
said,
Tennessee, in the heat of the summertime, you see somebody that's going through a rough time laying on the sidewalk. What do? You stop and ask them, hey, can I get you a water? Here's $2 to go get a sandwich. Here in Florida, they're going to kick you and move you out the way so they can walk past you on the sidewalk.
I've heard that from more than one person. Yeah, I've seen. Yes, I'm gonna say that for the morning show, Taylor. Thank you very much for sending me that. It's open
Craig
shut.
says this is the dirty South. There you go.
The dirty South, right? Dirty peeps. Yeah, it's open and shut to me too. There's just no question in my mind at this point. I have no doubt. And that's why I was really kind of shocked that they didn't come back tonight. But I had to stop and think about, they have to deliberate everything. They were sequestered. They have to do this right so they don't have to come back, so on and so forth. And that tells me that there was somebody that had there's possibly somebody that had a question about something, maybe that, wasn't enough. I don't know, but I know one thing. I'm going to throw a holy hell fit, and you guys will see me throw a temper tantrum if they hang this or something. I'm just saying, no way. It's just too cut and dry to me. I've seen it, but you don't very often see a defense not have any kind of character witnesses for their client ever. And there was nobody spoke up for her. And I don't know if it's because they couldn't find anybody or because they didn't want the people that were going to be able to be there. I don't know. Either way, I don't like it.
Would you have stood up for her? Like, honestly, if you knew this girl, would you want to be on national TV and get up on that stand and say Taylor shit, I got Taylor Shabusiness in my head because I was looking up stuff on her earlier. She's just as bad. Megan Boswell is a good person, and she didn't do this. Because I wouldn't have.
Right. Hell, though,
In the
I think
words of the great Dago, miss me with that shit because I wouldn't have showed up. Oh, no. And if you subpoena me, I'm going to sit on that stand and say, I plead the Fifth Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all you're going to get out of me.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Miss me with that bullshit. 100%. Absolutely. I got you, Brian. I'm going to look at that again, okay? Just because you've said it so many times, I'm going to go look at it. I promise you. Not tonight, but I will go look at it. Yeah, it just, I don't have any doubts, and I will be highly surprised. Walt's gone. Goodbye, Walt. Highly surprised if they don't. Oh, there he is. If they don't come back 100% guilty and she doesn't get that. That's my. Although Doodle did make a good statement about the premeditation being a question. We'll see. I don't know.
I don't understand where, I honestly, he's laughing at me. I honestly don't understand where the premeditated come from. I'll be 110% honest with you. I really thought we were going to see text messages. I really honestly thought that they had went through her devices and had found text messages where she had done something stupid like that guy, I can't think of his name, in Pennsylvania that Googled how many 5-gallon buckets does it take to dismember and store a 125-pound woman that's 5'4", and lo and behold, his wife is 120 pounds and 5'4" and is still currently missing to this day, and then get caught on surveillance footage at Home Depot buying the 5 orange buckets. But that's totally, I'm just saying, like, that's what I was waiting for, was that nail in the coffin set of text messages or Facebook messages or Instagram messages or snap you, snap that, Snapchat,
Nothing.
We didn't the premeditated from? Unless they're basing the premeditated on. I'm trying to. You can't.
On the way that they did it, maybe the way she did it. Have a good night, Amy. Again, and simply thank you for joining us. Have a great night to you too.
No, not the way she did it.
No, I meant with the aluminum foil thing. Maybe that.
No, the way the baby. I'm trying to say this without YouTube hitting the video. So the way the baby allegedly was treated before she did what she did.
The abuse.
Yeah.
Oh, that you ain't gonna get hit
That's
for that.
what-
I say it all the time. It's okay.
That's what I'm basing it on. Is maybe that they're taking that and they're saying this shows that there was an underlying motive.
No, I get it. I get it. Almost
do
like
what
back
you did.
in Leilani's case. Yes, the things that she did prior to will give you good reason to believe that this is a very huge possibility. I agree with you. That makes sense.
Right. But on another sense, with Leilani's case, we had witnesses that came forward and said, yes, I saw her throw him. I saw her toss him in the pool. I saw her not feed him. You know, we didn't get that from Megan.
I agree. I agree. Bobby says,
the
even though I
condition
feel
of the
that,
trailer.
yeah, of course. I mean, oh my God, that was horrible. Bobby says, even though I feel she's guilty, the state's witness did testify to her being a good mother. And that was true. There was one that did state that at one point. And I was really disappointed and like, what are you doing? So he's got a good point there. That can put doubt. You know what I'm saying?
It can, but you also have to look at that witness. You also have to look at that witness relationship with Megan.
Mm-hmm.
Does she want to go to church Sunday morning and people sit there and look at her and go, wasn't she in your custody?
Right. No, I get it. I do.
Again, this is Tennessee.
I know one thing. When I go to bed tonight and I say a prayer, it's going to be because I just, nothing that they showed me tells me anything different than what I believe she did. I definitely do not believe that there isn't even an inkling, and I'll go back to it again, that Hunter had any involvement whatsoever. Because, like I said, like you said, I don't think he ever saw her. I don't. I think she kept her away from him on purpose, worried that that was going to drive them apart, and she wanted what she wanted, which is why she made all the excuses she made. Period. So there's that too, you know, and that really tells me that, which is why I think that that dude probably took that so hard and ended up where he's at now. Okay. Not to mention everything else that was said to and about him. So that's a good point though, Bobby. I appreciate that. It's a very true point. I remember the testimony.
Yeah, I think the dad's testimony was pretty strong too for the kid, for his son. I thought. I mean, it was pretty heartfelt. You know what I mean?
I felt really bad for him. Really bad for him. Yeah, Bobby's right.
You know.
Go ahead, Walt.
Yeah, it seemed like he was suffering quite a bit. He did have some mental illness, but his dad was real honest about it. And I think, like, you know, I don't know. It just didn't seem to me like he was involved in any way.
I don't get it. I don't get that feeling, that vibe, not even a little bit, guys. It's immediately after I saw the test, you can tell the dad's pissed too, because of where his son is. You know what I mean? You can feel that immediately.
Yeah, it's a horrible place. It's a horrible position to be in. No doubt about it.
Right, and this is what they've been dealing with. My son is now in this position because he was accused of being a baby killer. And that's a point that I made. That's something else too. And Bobby's right. There was more than one that did testify that at some point she was a good mother. At some point. And it seems to me that she was at some point until Hunter came into the picture and she couldn't think of nothing but Hunter and how she could have a life with Hunter. And it automatically just makes you kill your child. That's what's so crazy about this to me. I've never seen anything like that. Well, I mean, don't I have seen that, but it doesn't. It's usually leading up to, okay, because there's so many pictures and videos that we saw of her seemingly being a good mother and enjoying the baby and things like that, and then all of a sudden, this guy comes into the picture, and now she's not. Okay. Thank you, Brian. So there's that. And is which tells me that there wasn't something right in her mind to begin with, but all right, Brian, have a good night. If you want to send that to my email, send it to my email, please. So yeah, I do feel that that's true, but there was nothing the defense didn't have a defense for her, in my opinion. I still feel that way. I do not believe that there was any kind of a defense. Nothing they said made me even look twice at anything else. So as a juror, if I was sitting there, I'd be like, okay, now what?
No, all he had was trying to discredit the expert witness.
Yeah.
That's literally all he had. That's it.
It's also true that he's being mentally evaluated for compensation for a different crime he's accused of. Yeah. What was the other crime, too, by the way? Anybody know that?
Yeah, it was.
I missed that.
I showed some old footage last night and I actually skipped over the video out of respect for him.
Okay.
It was a DUI.
Okay.
I'll pull it up. Somebody was
Well,
injured.
Getting a DUI does not make you a right. I get it.
Right. Hang on, and I'll pull it up. I just didn't. He wasn't on trial, so when I played an old video that I had done way back when last night, I skipped through that because
yeah, they weren't allowed to
he
pull that
wasn't
into
on
trial. I understand, but that doesn't mean that he would do that to the baby. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think anybody would even think twice about that. I don't know. I could be wrong. But still, I think it was cut and dry, clean, clear that she did what she did, and there's no other way to look at it, in my opinion. At least that's how I saw it. That doesn't mean everybody saw it that way either, but yes, Walt, I appreciate you joining us tonight, buddy. But 4.5 hours almost, it's time for me to go to bed. So I think that's it. That's my feelings on the Boswell situation. I'm hoping that tomorrow I'm going to wake up and Doodle will be live probably at 6 o'clock in the morning, waiting for the the answer. And I'll jump in and we'll have an answer, and that'll be the end of it. So, and then
You want this link in Discord, or you want it back chat?
Discord. Please and thank you. My headache's coming back again. Where'd you put it at?
Well, I ain't put it nowhere yet, sir.
Oh, I was gonna say I went down. I thought you already did it. I'm sorry.
No, it's in Discord.
I have enjoyed tonight's program. Hope you don't mind me being. Of course not. I welcome anybody that wanted to join us, Walt, and you should do that more often. I appreciate it.
I'm honored to be on panel with you, Walt.
Yes.
Hey, Walt, Mom here.
It's been ages since I've been in here. This was good. Look forward. Absolutely. Thank you, Tanel. Come around more often, please, please. All of you. I miss seeing a lot of you guys. I really do. I agree she's guilty, but her attorney did his job of bringing up potential. He did. Now, whether anybody believed him, Bobby, that's the question. Because I know a lot of us didn't. That's all I'm saying. Which doesn't mean that it's going to change anything. It's up to that jury. We're not the jury. So, I know there was a bunch of us sitting in there. Every time the man spoke and said something, everybody's going, okay, whatever. And that's just how it was. So, we'll see what happens. I hope that it doesn't go that direction. I'll say that much. And I'm going to pray truly that it doesn't, just for justice for that baby. Truly, because that's what this is. That baby deserves absolute justice, folks. Not partial, not a little bit. She deserves absolute justice. She was such a beautiful baby and did nothing but live and love and got none of that back. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I mean. I hope the jury doesn't believe it. That's all. I agree with you.
I don't think they will.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Phil. I will absolutely will. No, I don't think they will either. If that was so convincing to all the people that were watching it, I would imagine that they're going to feel the same, in my opinion, even with what he put out there. You know what I'm saying? So, and after hearing those witness testimonies where they did say that she was an okay mom, this and that, we all have, I think every one of us goes back to what she did, how she did what she did, which showed absolute no care for the thought of her child, the way she disposed of her. I hate even saying that. Okay, so that right there in itself is enough, I think, for anybody to look at this and go, "Oh my God, how did you do that?" And you're gone. That's my opinion. I'm just saying, because that's what took me down that road. When I heard clearly how she did what she did, first off, I got nauseous. Okay, that was the first feeling, and then yeah, no. I will say one thing. I thought it was a little unacceptable that they brought some of those materials into the courtroom. Maybe they wanted to do it that way for a reason, but I think it was a bit unacceptable.
In Harmony Montgomery's case, they brought in pieces of the walls, pieces of the ceiling, pieces of the plumbing. Those visual aids are needed in a case like this.
I know, I get it. But I was seeing how some people were getting sick from certain things, then I guess that's a way to get to them. I get it. Okay, I just thought it was a little bit much. Barb, have a wonderful night. We love you, and we will see you tomorrow. Sleep tight. But they did not prove she did any of that. Well, I knew one of you was going to say that. I can't answer that. I can't answer to that, Phil. She didn't admit to anything, and no, they truly didn't. But I think enough reasonable doubt was put out there to make people believe she did it. Or how I'm saying that backwards. You know what I'm trying to say. I think there was enough put out there to make people believe that nobody else did it. Okay? Because nothing else made any sense.
I know there's the anti-touch DNA fingerprint community, but they nailed her against the wall with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that, in my opinion, was it right there. So enough doubt too. The child was in the way of a man she wanted, just like another mom that was recently denied parole. Yes, that's exactly what we said, Bobby. Susan Smith 2.0. Swear to God, between her and Casey Anthony, this is like, you know what I mean? Absolutely.
Yep, but again, you have a judge that actually has been there. He's the same judge. He's been on this case, and this is not Tennessee.
Right. Yep.
If the judge in Casey Anthony's case had put his big girl panties on, sent that freaking jury back, she would not be walking free today.
I can agree with you on that one. That was oh my God, I went off. I went off so bad.
And I want you guys 5 years from now to remember this statement. Email me, send me a Facebook message, send me a Discord message. How many times do you think you'll see Megan Boswell's judge on TV? How many times will we see him sit next to Casey or to Vinny? I bet we don't.
He's not that type of a judge.
I bet we don't.
That's one thing I'll say, that guy was a decent judge. Yeah, he's not that type of judge at all. I don't know, but I got to get out of here, you guys. I'm burnt. Mom, thank you so much. Walt, thank you again, brother. Everybody in chat, God bless. Much love to all of you for jumping in here tonight. We will do this again. So I will be coming back in and doing the evening streams, guys. I just have had so much going on. For those of you that are here for that, I miss doing them and I enjoy having you guys here. So thank you guys again. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing because you guys are the beautiful people. And I will see you soon. And like Mom always says, as she's going to say,
make good choices.
And as Walt would say, buy Velcro shoes. Have a great night, folks. Love you all, and we will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim